Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Sorry about the weirdness all there all of a sudden. I forgot how Streamlabs works. That was fun. um, just kind of like completely lost what I was doing there. How's everyone doing? I want to start out by saying thank you to my new followers, Harold Moon 89 and Elliot in Progress. Thank you both for following me while I was away. Means a lot to have people come and say hi. So hope you're here in the stream. If not, then thank you anyway. If you want all the updates to when I stream, they are all below as well. All those. Nope, those. Mirrored. There we go. Anyway, and it sounds like cookies and watching me stream is a great combo, honestly. And I'm a little jealous that I can't be making cookies and watching someone else stream. Wait a minute. Anyway, as a little silly, stupid FYI, I may take a teeny little break today just to go. I've been replaying Fable 3, and I almost have enough money to buy the last building that I need to buy, and then I will own all of the buildings in Fable 3. And you need to do that in order to win the game. So, win the game, my qualification to win the game. So, because I can't help myself and always do the best ending if I can make it happen. And if that means earning 8 million gold by sitting there doing nothing for hours on end while I accumulate money, then that is exactly what I will do. Anyway, so yeah, without further ado, let's just hop right back into it. I am ready to see some more gin and blood. And gin, blood, gin, blood, gin, blood, gin. Just Sherlock's crazy. Sherlock is crazy, and Watson is a simp. So I'm excited to jump back in. Let me just pull up the remote, which one of these days I should probably actually invest in getting like a deck. Oop. Well, then I do things like that. Hold on. There we go. I clicked to clear away a notification, and then I did something not right. So I also look really pale. Why do I look really pale? Oh, I know exactly why I look really pale. Hold on. My lights are messed up. And by messed up, I mean I changed them. Too much. There we go. That should be better, right? Yeah, that looks better. We'll call it there. Excuse me. Okay, where is the program application? Here we go. Yeah, definitely let me know if you're having some stream issues and everything. I should be okay. Things have not always been perfect with this.
We shall examine
everything.
The evidence acquired yesterday. A wood trinket, substance from Fowlett's washstand, and the gloves I found at Sherringford Hall.
By substance, by the washstand, you mean the greasy balls.
We shall examine the
Sherlock,
evidence acquired
don't pull
yesterday.
punches.
A wood trinket.
Okay.
Substance from Fowlett's
Okay.
washstand,
I don't want to say
and the
that's
gloves
good to
I found
know,
at Sherringford
and I'm
Hall.
glad that it's just you, but I'm also glad that it's just you. I'm sorry. I hope that your thing stops being
Let's
terrible.
examine it under the microscope. Greasy substance. Very interesting.
They are greasy balls.
Let me study this more closely.
I'm assuming he means to... Ooh,
I recognize the style of this trinket.
you do? Want to share with the
Let me
class?
study this more closely. A very fine white cotton.
Was there a... Wait, what? What? Anything more? Like, that's it. Yep, that was it. just sit down and look at things with a mic with
I
a.
could not wait for you much longer. We have but a brief moment to discuss your notes before joining the inspector at Sherringford Hall. Poor Lestrade must have spent a terrible night.
My word, Holmes. Even you have admitted that this case is uniquely perplexing and difficult.
You are, of course, correct. I still have not arrived at a reasonable and definite explanation of these events. You see, Watson, our success lies entirely in our ability to sift through the vast amounts of facts and evidence we have at our disposal.
That
and
lip
discern which
syncing
items
animation
are of
is
true
not.
significance. We cannot allow ourselves
Also, he's
to be
got really
blinded
spindly
by the
legs.
superficial logic of forced hypotheses. We also must not overlook the trifles, as by their very existence they can destroy the most solid of theories. Watson, consider this. All persons intimately involved with the preparations for the reception knew the precise position Sir Bromsby would occupy on that stage. We must remark that they had this knowledge for at least a week beforehand. Numerous experts have made much of the fact that the deadly shot was of unnatural precision. We have also learned that Horace Fowlett was a renowned expert on all types of mechanical devices and automatons. Then Fowlett is found dead a mere 2 days ago. These facts give rise to a serious line of inquiry.
I find your deduction...
You telling me that he was killed by a robot?
But how can we explain the guest list with notes?
He was killed
Any
by a
credible
robot.
theory about these events must correspond in all ways, including the smallest of details.
One of the guests
Watson,
was a
I have
robot.
a general idea of what you discovered during your return to the Flatham railway station. Please correct me if I get any detail wrong. You learned from the station master that several minutes before the arrival of the last...
Right.
two
Those
men
fucking
entered the
red
station,
glowing
one
eyes,
after
God.
another. First, there appeared a tall man clothed as a worker. His hat was lowered to hide his eyes, his right hand bandaged.
Otherwise
He took
known as a
place
robot.
in the right corner near the platform. A few moments later, Horace Fowlett came in and sat down on a bench. He spoke briefly with the station master, and by all appearances...
That man is
seemed
so
to be
turned on right
refusing.
now. Can you not see it
I
in his
can add
eyes?
That you have probably learned that the station master began to work in Flatham only
Victorian
4 years
propriety
ago.
is the only
The
thing
rest
keeping
you
him
can
from
tell
just
yourself.
jumping Sherlock's bones right
Really,
then and there.
Holmes, you were right concerning
mustache
the
is
information
quivering.
I received from the station master. When I entered the railway station...
Are we going to play as Watson? Watson Cam? Yep. Sherlock Holmes. Yes. Is this really just like a weird interlude where we get to talk to the guy
Hello.
and that's it?
If you could, I need some information regarding
I
the
need
last
some information.
scheduled train to the north. Specifically, the one that ran 2 days ago.
You're one of those fellows from London working with Fletcher, aren't you? Wait a second, let's see. 2 days ago, or rather 2 nights. That was the night when Mr. Fowler was here.
Did you see him?
As clearly as I see you now. But he didn't seem well. He was all muffled up, and every time he opened his mouth, it was to cough. The people from the village said
Oh
that he's
God,
an odd
don't make
one
me
who's
do a
always
Nigel
amusing
Thornberry
himself
accent
with
for the rest of this.
gewgaws and...
Marianne! What ho?
Do you see him often?
No, I don't know him that well, because he didn't travel very often. I didn't think it was a good opportunity to make his acquaintance, but he wasn't able to say more than a few words. He was
Smashing.
suffering a sudden coughing fit. It seemed he was travelling to the north. However, I cannot say with any certainty that he arrived there.
Was there anyone else on the platform?
Yes, there was a fellow. I could see his face beneath his cap, and for a second I thought he had a revolver in his pocket, but then I noticed that it was merely his hand. It was all done up with a large bandage, due to some wound, I suppose.
Where was he, exactly?
Because he was a
He stood in
robot.
that corner over there, and Mr. Fowlett arrived a bit later. I heard the sound of his coughing for about 5 minutes after that. When the train arrived, they boarded the same carriage.
And where might I find this train carriage?
Why, right here. They always
As
use the
luck
same
would have
carriages
it.
when they put together the night trains.
Aha, and here it is. This is most advantageous.
If it would
Most
be a help, I can
advantageous
hold the train for 1 or
indeed.
2 minutes at the station, so you might have a look inside.
Thank you very much.
Wow, that's just kind of amazing that all
Well, I
those
must
things just happen
investigate
to
these matters.
mesh
Until
together
later,
so
sir.
perfectly when they just happen to be there. He was coughing and not wearing a mask. Oh my God. Wear a mask, kids. Don't make me come and find
Could
you.
be evidence.
White feather. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. You won't run, will you? Toot toot. Where'd it go? There was the... There we go. It's funny that we talk about a mask, but actually I distinctly remember making a face mask in this game. Like, you have to make a face mask at one point.
There is nothing of interest here.
Nothing of any interest here. Obviously, owning a hedgehog has made you omniscient.
Another white feather? Is someone travelling with chickens?
Chickens. I've been kicking chickens because I am playing Fable 3.
Someone has forgotten that
Hello.
cap.
The hairs on it are red. Rot.
A Chirapaki cigarette. The same as Holmes found at Sherringford Hall.
They gasp. We're not gonna touch on any of those. Nope. Jump right back into some Tchaikovsky.
A red hair. This is splendid, Watson.
Right? We're looking for a
I did
ginger.
not dare to disturb your thoughts on
They don't
our
have a soul,
business.
so we need to be careful going forward.
I'd quite forgotten about this hat.
Oh, right. We get to meet one of the children, quote unquote. Oh, God, they look so weird. Oh, my God, they look so
What
weird!
can we do for you today, Mr. Holmes?
And they don't sound like
Yeah,
children
Wiggins.
either, so that helps.
Mind you look sharp. There'll be an extra guinea for the lad that finds him. Goodbye. We must leave now, Watson. Let us return to Sherringford Hall.
Let us return. Those are fucking terrifying looking children.
Cabby!
Okay, I guess I don't know the Red-Headed League. I also admit that I have never actually read a Sherlock Holmes story because I find them to be kind of annoying to read. Okay, so this actually lets me get on a little bit of a soapbox. How do I put this? So basically, my understanding of how Sherlock Holmes is written is that so John Watson is the literary framing device, right? It is written from John Watson's perspective. Watson is an idiot. He's an absolute idiot. He doesn't know what's going on. He's literally just like following after Holmes like a wounded puppy. And therefore you as the reader are understanding it from John's perspective. You as the reader are only given the information that John himself can understand. So you go through the whole mystery trying to figure out what Holmes is after and kind of following along with him as Holmes explains to Watson. But then at the end, when he pulls like the last trick up his sleeve out from his sleeve, it's something that John didn't see and therefore didn't understand. Like, you yourself, as the viewer, as the reader, cannot possibly solve the mystery along with Sherlock Holmes. You get to follow him as John tries to comprehend the mystery. That's my hot take with Sherlock Holmes. Contrast this with, like, Miss Marple, or even Hercule Poirot with Agatha Christie. And this is why I think Agatha Christie is the better mystery writer, and why the golden age of mystery was just far more interesting than the beginnings of the genre. The detective, Poirot, Marple, Tommy and Tuppence, etc., the detective, you read it... you read it from an omniscient perspective. You, the viewer, are given the same amount of information, raw information, that the detective gets. You see everything that Poirot can see, which means that you have to be, as an author, a lot more clever about hiding those important details. So, the example that I always give is that, like, if the crime hinges on an open window that you're introduced to when you first see the crime scene in chapter 2 or whatever, right? And, like, because the window was open half an inch, that's how the bullet came in, or something like that. Like, bad example, but, just follow me here. In Sherlock Holmes, John wouldn't have noticed the window, right? And Conan Doyle wouldn't have drawn attention to it because John didn't notice it. It would be written in later. Even if it were something that Conan Doyle thought of ahead of time, it would have been written in later when Sherlock brings it up. So you, the reader, can never be ahead of Sherlock, which as a mystery kind of sucks. But take Agatha Christie, she will introduce the space or whatever, and, like, you're looking around the murder scene, everyone's like, don't touch anything, and either, the detective will comment on the open window or something. Everyone will write it off as this isn't a big deal, no problem. But then, the parlor scene happens and Poirot reveals, oh, I noticed that this, and this, and because of the open window, that made this possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible with that open window, and that's how I figured out who it was, or how they did it, or something like that. You, the reader, are given all the same information, but it is up to you as the reader to use your little gray cells to get to the same conclusion. And you can do so ahead of time or along with the detective, whereas with Conan Doyle and that style of story, you're forced to be behind them at all times. And that's why I don't really like to read Conan Doyle, because I just don't find it engaging in the same way that Christie is. That's my hot take. Agatha Christie is a better writer than Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. You can sue me. Suck it, Conan Doyle estate. Bam. All right. So that's kind of where I land with it, at least. It's just, yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. It's just, I don't know. Like, I just find this kind of obsession with Sherlock Holmes to be a little manufactured in some ways, because Sherlock Holmes as a character is rather interesting, but a lot of the reason why we like him so much, quote unquote like him, is because he's a public domain character, and therefore people can just use him easily. I mean, that was the whole thing with the Sherlock Holmes estate in Enola Holmes this last year when they announced that Enola Holmes was coming out, and not the Sherlock Holmes estate, my God, the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle estate, and they came after Netflix trying to claim that Netflix was portraying Sherlock Holmes in the wrong way, but they were claiming that based off of things that were still copyrighted. And like, it was, the thing about the emotions, exactly. They were saying that, in this copyrighted material, Sherlock Holmes is described as not having emotions, and that's a key part of the character. Therefore, when you include Sherlock Holmes, this otherwise public domain character, in your movie, you should be paying us royalties. It was the stretchiest stretch of a stretch that I had ever seen. Right, yeah. Like, there are some qualities of characters that can be copywritten, essentially, that are essentially considered to be core elements of the characters, and therefore will fall outside of fair use guidelines when using the character. But a lot of times that's iconography rather than anything else. For Sherlock Holmes, there wouldn't actually be any, because the iconography of the deerstalker hat and the Inverness coat is a creation of the 1950s and film more than books. But a great example would be Superman. The big S symbol and like the cape and everything. That is iconographically Superman. You can tell that is Superman as soon as you see it, and therefore, if you were to create like a color swapped, gender swapped version of Superman, DC could, but you still had the logo, DC could still probably sue you for infringing on their copyright, just based on the character alone. Even if the story you write is totally original, the character itself and the design is copyrighted. But in terms of like personality, it's really difficult to prove ownership over a character's personality traits. They have to be very, very unique. In some ways, I don't even know what you could argue for Sherlock Holmes. Not that he isn't a unique character, but that the things that make him unique are so ubiquitous in other ways. Characters with drug addictions that are also geniuses is a trope. It's a thing. In some way, Sherlock Holmes started it. A genius that's so bored that they turn to drugs in order to feel anything, kind of a deal. To have some level of stimulation. Characters that do look at things from a cold and emotional perspective. Characters that are, based in deductive reasoning rather than inductive. I don't see how you could. It's very hard to copyright characters' personality traits, and so it was like almost hilarious as a librarian to see them try this, because it was a sad joke. I feel bad. I really do. Like, the Arthur Conan Doyle estate probably doesn't have a ton of money, and are essentially at this point seeing their property, the one property that, the author was most famous for, used in ways that they don't authorize and they receive no funding from. But on the other hand, does the Arthur Conan Doyle estate need to exist still? Like, what is the purpose of an author's estate if the author's work is no longer in copyright? Like, that's kind of an existential question for an organization like that, because then what do you do with all the money that's still there, how does that work? I mean, yeah, it's some valid and deep questions, but one that an organization like that probably isn't asking itself, to be honest. It could be that. It could honestly be. I mean, how long did he live? I can tell you right now if they are in or out of copyright, just based on there might be a couple of Sherlock Holmes books that are still in copyright. Okay, yeah. The last published in 1927, which means that after this year, all of the Sherlock Holmes will be public domain. Wow. That's kind of crazy to think of. Yeah. Wow. Anyway, so that's just kind of like my hot takes on that as a whole. And I feel like, we have a cultural obsession with Sherlock Holmes as a genius, partially because there's a romanticism of the romantic era. I'm speaking in music terms. There's a romanticism of the Victorian era in Victorian era England, and Sherlock Holmes satisfies a whole bunch of different itches around, a bunch of different realms that still intrigue us about the Victorian era things like mysticism and societal norms being so rigid, and then when they're broken, it's almost equally a crime to the murder itself in some ways, which is why it's almost kind of hilarious that this game exists, because the number of social norms from the Victorian era that have already been broken. Woo! You've got this nouveau riche upstart industrialist murdered at his big party for his estranged daughter, where he invites people from all over the class spectrum who basically would just take an invite. This is the whole thing. Anyway, not saying that that's a good thing to have those kind of things, but like we definitely kind of, I would say, fetishize it, especially in the United States, having this kind of historical class structure. And, at this time, the UK had both incredible amount of power, being the British Empire, and a lot more history than the United States had as a country. And so, it's kind of hard to remember sometimes, even for us Americans, that at this time, the late 1800s, the United States definitely had its own stratified class structure in a different way. And it bears in mind thinking that like Baltimore, for instance, we consider it to be this kind of really shitty looking city or whatever, but like the amount of money, the sheer amount of money that was just in Baltimore as a city during this time period, holy crap. Like, all you have to do is just look up, I can't remember exactly which library it is. Look up Johns Hopkins Library. It's actually the one that the music collection is held in, I believe. Which one is it? Eisenhower, is that right? Oops. Accidentally hitting my thing here. 5 Sheridan Library. I feel like that doesn't sound right. I don't know that that's right. Yeah, that's definitely not right. Anyway, really, if you do look up just like Johns Hopkins Library and look for the one, like, you'll see it as soon as you see the photos. Like, there's just one that's just this like 5-story tall Victorian Beaux-Arts crazy thing, and it's just like, that was completely privately funded. Like, it's beautiful, and that's why things like Edgar Allan Poe's mysteries are kind of interesting, because they kind of come up as a contrast to British mysteries. Then again, I think the British mysteries all kind of focus very much on the class structure, whereas the American focus more on, like, the British mysteries are almost always, for the most part, they are almost always crimes of passion that break the social mold, or they are crimes of money, attempting to gain more capital. Whereas in the United States, I want to say a lot of our murders have been more social in nature. Yeah. All this to say that I'm really excited about a new book that I've discovered relatively recently that's called The Yiddish Policeman's Union. because I did a project on, like, I had to present a genre of book, and the one that I chose to do was alternate histories. And this one, essentially, in World War II, the United States had considered setting up a sliver of land in Alaska as a designated area for Jewish European refugees. And this takes place in an alternate timeline when the United States did that and actually followed through with that, and therefore a couple of different things happened. A lot fewer Jewish people died in the Holocaust. There is essentially a Jewish state in Alaska which has to cohabitate next to an indigenous population, which is also ignored by the United States, and has like a tenuous political independence with the United States, but very tenuous because it's very small. And Israel fell, ultimately. Israel did not become a fully developed modern country. It was basically attacked and fell from the neighbors in the Middle East. And against that backdrop, it's a noir murder mystery. And I'm like, ooh. Apparently it's getting a CBS adaptation sometime in the next couple of years, so kind of want to jump on that. Anyway, this is a very interesting project. I learned a whole bunch about, like, alternate history and how a lot of them are approached, because for the most part, my entire understanding of alternate history was basically like, there are two questions. What if the South won the Civil War, and what if the Nazis won World War II? Or maybe you get ones of, what if JFK didn't die? Like, those are the three questions that they ask. And yeah, those are definitely the preponderance. I think even the one that Stephen King wrote was 11/22/63. It was adapted by Hulu, I believe, and was released this last year. I'm probably going to end up watching it at some point. It's got some King-ish stuff in there, like Man in the High Castle was very sci-fi at some points. The 11/22/63 gets very, not quite horror, but definitely like weird shit. And of course it starts in Maine, of course, because, according to Stephen King, there's only one part of the country that matters, and that is Maine. But it was really interesting finding out about how some authors have kind of branched out from that and have included some different things. Another one that I've kind of am interested in is called His Majesty's Dragon, which, Ragnarok, you actually might enjoy. It's essentially what, if you don't already know it, I guess, it's essentially what if both sides of the Napoleonic Wars had dragons. So it's like, and these are like sentient. There we go. They're like sentient, like gigantic ship-sized dragons that fight for both France and England. I'm told it's a very good series. I believe it's a series. And it's just like, now I just want to read about like dragons and the dragons going to fucking like the British court to receive, like, just right, like Aragon but Napoleon. Waterloo would be a very different look. So yeah, stuff like that, and stuff like Yiddish Policeman's Union, where it explores events in history in different ways, in, just cooler ways than just the three big questions. What if JFK hadn't died? What if World War II was won by the Nazis? And what if, yawn. We've seen those before. No, I was to say Trafalgar Square would look a lot different. Nelson's column might have to not be a column. What if the dragon was as tall as Nelson's column, and so Nelson is on top of the dragon, but the dragon just takes up the entirety of Trafalgar Square. What was the other one that I was thinking of? Oh yeah, there's another one that I really enjoyed, and it actually won last year's Sidewise Awards. Fun fact, there is an award for alternate history universes. Trembling legs and tail. It's like the dinosaurs in the Southwest. Excellent. I don't even know what one that is, but like, you know what I'm talking about. The roadside dinosaur attraction thing. So there was another, the Sidewise Awards, they have a short form and a long form award. And the short form that won last year's 2018 award was Codex Valtierra, which was an artist, a Mexican indigenous artist, exploring the possibility of what, hold on, let me just make sure I'm saying this right. Yeah. So it's essentially, what if the Aztecs won against the Spanish conquistador invaders and drove them out, and then won a war against Spain? What if the Aztecs managed to prevent their colonization? And it is a pictorial history based on the Aztec Codex style. So it is literally like a reproduction, quote unquote, codex, Aztec codex, describing and showing the events of defeating Cortez and his army, which I think is super cool. So it's not just white people. Because, like all parts of science fiction, there was a lot of white people that were the winners of all these awards, Hugo Awards, the Nebula Awards. It was just like, it was a parade. I was lucky to find female authors, let alone, BIPOC. Ugh. Anyway. Big long tangent. Basically, Agatha Christie is a better writer than Conan Doyle. You can at me in the comments, and I do not care. Come for me, I will destroy you. Because Poirot and Miss Marple can kick Sherlock Holmes' ass. I will take no criticism on this point. I mean, I'm not wrong, so just saying, not wrong. All right. Let's talk to these girls.
My respect.
See what they've got to say.
It would seem that you have received good news.
Oh, it's Miss Bromsby and her admirer, Lieutenant Harrington. It is wonderful to see love bloom despite such tragic circumstances.
Love bloom?
Have you ever met Wyatt Collins?
The nephew of the late Sir Bromsby? Oh, I've seen him just a few times since I was hired at Sherringford Hall. He stopped visiting the hall because of a quarrel with his uncle, I think.
How would you describe him?
He was a very tall and slender young man with a bright red hair. He's not
Aha.
well mannered.
A red
Have you
hair?
seen Inspector Lestrade?
He is with Miss Bromsby and Lieutenant Harrington in Sir Bromsby's
Oh yeah,
office.
I have absolutely
He's
no
waiting for
judgment
me.
whatsoever. If you enjoy Sherlock Holmes, absolutely go for it. You know, this is 100% a personal opinion, and
Thank you
is...
for your assistance.
I recognize
You are surely
that
welcome.
authors like Agatha Christie could not have existed without Sherlock Holmes and Conan Doyle. Like, the British and murder mystery genres, even, I would say, as a whole, not just the British murder mystery genre, would not exist without him. But I also think that just in general, there's a lot of Victorian novels that are overhyped. Especially ones that were released as serials, because, you know, especially with the way that serials worked back then in terms of making money off of them. Like, it was more profitable to basically string it out and make it up as you go along than it was to plan out the whole story. Anyway.
Hello. You seem to be in a fine mood.
Oh, yes, because I am sure that Miss Bramsby and Lieutenant Harrington will make a splendid couple. He's very handsome and rich.
Is he rich? Oh.
Wait, and how do you know this?
The brother of my cousin's boyfriend is currently employed in the Queen's Army Hostel. He said that the lieutenant gave him a very generous tip when he carried the lieutenant's trunks during his move.
You don't say.
Yes, and if they decide to get married and make their home here, we won't be afraid for our jobs. And considering their youth, the family wouldn't stop growing anytime soon. I
This
used to be a
seems
nurse,
like
you know.
it's... I'm
Well,
skeptical.
I must leave you now.
Please say hello for me to your doctor friend.
I heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend. I like that a tip can make you think that they're wealthy. Like, so if I tip 30% instead of 20% at a restaurant, everyone in Boston's gonna think that I'm freaking loaded. Like, is that how that's gonna work? I also love the optics of Sherlock taking all this time to walk all the way across this ballroom while these two women just stand there to find a locked door. Like, good job, buddy.
Closed.
Okay. Don't have a good track record so far, let's just say that.
Closed.
Oh, wow. We're having real it's locked moments here, right?
Closed.
Wow. Alright, buddy, you're like 3 for 3 right now. This is not going well. Just saying. What's that noise? Is that in real life or was that the game? Okay, no, it's in real life. No, I'm sorry, it's in the game is what I meant to say.
I have nothing to do here. Closed.
Sure it's closed? It sounds like maybe someone's in there chopping something? I don't know. Maybe the cook is still chopping meat, chicken, that he was chopping yesterday?
Hello, Mary.
Hello, sir.
Tell me, Mary, do you remember Wyatt Collins?
Oh, he's
Mysterious
a fat
ticking
sheep, that
noise
one
is back.
He had a bad habit of stealing from the wine
Snape.
cellar at night.
Snape.
And he was so saucy,
Severus
he tried
Snape.
to pin it on the staff
Snape.
the next day.
Snape.
Can you imagine
Severus
that?
Snape.
So you weren't fond of him, on the whole?
He spoke ill of everyone. Why, I recall the day our master tossed him howling into the street because a blackguard dared to slander Mr. Grimble.
An unsavory
Well,
character,
I will
you
see
say.
later, Mary.
Goodbye.
Notice that she managed to get that spot out.
Well, it's not too early. I've just informed Miss Bromsby about Mr. Fowlett. Besides, I told her about the notes that suggested Sir Bromsby's wish to amend his will in favour of Mr. Grimble. According to our solicitors, this new development does complicate the succession. Let's hope Mr. Bromsby's safe contains an official document which will allow us to see things more clearly. I do hope you've discovered the code, because I did not sleep well last night and I'm in no mood for riddles.
I had some unfortunate news for you. There's gonna be a riddle. I'm almost certain of
Do
it.
you know the code?
Do you know the code?
Is everyone gonna say that? Where is the safe?
A remarkable portrait of the late Sir Bromsby. Ideal spot for a hiding place. The sequence of numbers found at Fowlett's should help me discover the code.
There is a sequence of numbers. This. Okay. Right. Let me sketch this out so that I don't have to refer back to this. 2, 1, 1. 1, 1, 2, 1. 1, 1. 1, 2. 2 and 1. Okay. Is it just adding them up? seems really easy. Five. That'd be 6, though. That doesn't make sense. Hmm. I feel like I just need like a little hint on this, and then I'll be fine. So let me just do UHS for this one. Okay. Reading the code rather than adding it up seems to be the key. In fact, you may understand it better if you read it out loud. Oh, each line translated essentially translates the one below it. So the first line, okay, hold on. I'll pull it up for reference here. So, okay, this is our code. This is line 1, and it just says 1. Ergo, there is 1, 1. Yeah? And then there are 2 1s. And there's 1, 2, and 1, 1. Then 1, 1, 1, 2, and 2 1s. Now, I don't know how that actually works into this thing. 1, 1, 1, 2 1s. So then how does... Yeah, okay. That's nice that that's one part of the solution. Okay. Translate the last line. 1, 1, 1, 2, and 2 1s. So what does that mean? Okay, I don't know what that means. Also, I just noticed that my thing said... my thing still says that I'm playing Control. That's hilarious. Give me a second. Let me fix that. This is why I can't trust Streamlabs to do everything for me. There we go. Fixed. Okay. So, yeah, it is said along the rows. So, if you say it out loud, it is 1, and therefore the line below it translates that to 1, 1. And then there are 2 1s. There's 1, 2, and 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 2, and 2 1s. I just don't know how that translates out into a code. Oh, wait, okay, I think I get it now. So if we do it one more time, we have 3 1s, 2 2s, 1 1. So 3 1, 2 2s, 1 1. 3 1, 2 2, 1 1. I'm going to try that. 1 2 2 1 1.
It is simplicity itself.
Excellent. Bam. Boop, 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 boop. That was way harder than I thought it was going to be.
What could this key open? This could be valuable evidence. Bank statements. I have no interest in this. I have no interest in this.
Okay. Who do I talk to here? What am I doing?
I must read these documents.
Oh. I have to read things. Richard Leder. Sir, your attitude and behavior in this affair that has set us one against the other is vile and contemptible. Abandon all thoughts about the Fairfax Theatre and the soil on which it stands. You conduct yourself The brigand and brigands always come to a bad end. Dwight Richards. Money transfers to Sherman's bank. £8,000, £150, £15,000. Oof. All by Grimble, though. Grimble's looking real suspicious right now.
I have a feeling that I should inspect this Fairfax Theatre. It appears to be Bromsby Enterprises territory now, and Grimble's office should be nearby.
So, we're done here?
Not one shred of paper about the inheritance. My superiors keep pressing on me, saying that we're going through a crisis in the city. For now, I'll check into this Richards character. What are your plans?
First of all, I will need this key. I presume that you have had neither the time nor the opportunity to inform Mr. Grimble about the current state of the investigation. As it is the weekend, could you ask him to come in?
Rest assured, it will be done.
The weekend.
Bromsby, I will ask you for your continued patience. I have given you my word that I will discover the truth, and upon my word, I shall find it. Gentlemen, Watson, we must take our leave.
And we're off.
But what are we doing at this place? And why did you ask Lestrade to call Herman Grimble?
Upon my word.
To ensure Grimble would not find us here. In the pursuit of justice, Watson, we are once more obliged to bend the law.
Sorry, but why?
If Scotland Yard can be shown the necessity of searching the offices of Bromsby's cement works, many things may happen.
Exactly, Holmes.
Now, Watson,
Called
we need
breaking
to
and
find a
entering.
way into the cement works. Oh, Watson, it seems fortune favors us.
It does. Hello.
Mr. Goblet. The last time I saw you, you were filling barrels with motor oil.
Well, I'll be jiggered, Mr. Holmes.
Who's this?
It is a small world, isn't it? Your days of roaming the docks are long past now, aren't they? Same for me. Tell me, what brings you to these parts?
Are you the watchman for this factory?
Not official, like. This would be Fat Dub's job. But I take his place on weekends and he checks in on the by and by.
Who is regular night watchman?
That will be Marty and his dogs. Why, Mr. Holmes?
In truth, I'm interested in the recent murder of Sir Bromsby. My investigation convinces me that vital evidence may well lie within this place.
Say nothing more. Here's the key for the office. It's the building just to the right after the entrance. The building's in the centre of the workers' cloakrooms. I don't think you'll find much to interest you there. Further in the yard, there's the storehouse for raw materials.
Oh? This is the easiest breaking and entering I've ever done.
Do you also have the key to the former Fairfax Theatre?
No, I don't have that key. The only key I know of was given to Mr. Grimble when the building was bought.
Right, take this key, this map, and some hot cocoa. Have a good time. Enjoy
Mr.
yourself.
Holmes, you must make haste, as Dubs has not been by for over 2 hours, so I'd expect him in the next quarter hour or so. No need for thanking me. This is small service
I also
indeed for
really
all
like
you've
how
done
this
for
guy
me
is
in the
basically
past.
just wearing like a
We will
fishing
return.
vest.
I'll wait for you.
That's a noise.
Closed. Come, Watson.
Come, Watson.
Watson, stay by this window and let me know as soon as you see a large man coming from the other side of the street.
All right, Holmes.
Okay. Holmes, I would strongly
They
suggest
must
you
have
make
never cleaned
haste.
here before.
Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What's here? What's this? What's all this, then? Alright, where is... Okay. I see a key on the ground.
This key reminds me of another. What a beautiful model. Something else is needed here.
There's like nothing else in this room. Oh, because there's like a whole nother... Okay, that makes more sense.
Closed. This is a
There we go.
veritable museum. An old souvenir from India.
I kind of like the idea that like a Victorian English person would probably just look at anything that was not European and be like, oh, Indian. And just assume that everything is from India. Just that level of cluelessness. Almost enviable in its way. Just total cluelessness. Nah, not enviable, actually. More like painful. Personally, at least.
Closed.
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 Nope.
Closed.
Or Egypt. Fair point. Fair point.
Closed.
Alright, well, we don't have the,
I'll examine this statue of Ganesh. A miniature of Bromsby.
It's just in the mouth. Fully in the mouth.
Closed.
Oh, that was easy. Count book. What do we got? Da 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 da. What am I looking at that makes something? It doesn't necessarily tell me anything.
Is there anything under this tiger?
Well, considering that there is a small hand icon, then yes, there is. Let's read this dirty paper.
This writing is very hesitant and jittery.
Don't be stupid, Grimble. Accept my conditions unless you do. You be assured that I will tell everything I know to anyone within earshot at Sherringford Hall. W.C. Note that the thing is called a Woodstock typewriter. I feel like that might be important. Another key. It's a really weird looking bridge, by the way. Like, that bridge performs a very specific function, I'm sure. But I'm not sure what that function is. There we go.
Grimble will know that his drawer was opened if I take this key.
And none of the other keys are a problem?
I can't keep these documents.
That's nice, but what do they say? Okay, threat by W. Melvin, you must pay W. Oof. About Captain Lowry. Oh, cookies. I mean, I did have some cheesecake today, because Cheesecake Factory, but, which, you know, it's not, like, good, but also was just, you know, good. I know it's not, like, good cheesecake, you know? It's not quality or whatever, but, like, it's yummy, so good enough. Yesterday afternoon, after prolonged struggle, Captain Lowry expired at his residence in the military quarter. Suffering for a period of weeks, fever and dehydration, deceased kept his lucidity and spirits at the very end. Oh, said his close neighbors, Mr. Bund and Mr. Waters. He was a widower and exemplary officer commissary. Repeated disagreements with his superiors during the construction of the bridge over Kalidasa Abyss adversely affected his subsequent postings. Huh. Alright, interesting. Okay. Don't know that that actually tells me much of anything, but... Alright. What next then? Wait. Ah, there we go. Knew that there was like a picture somewhere.
Photographs of several completed projects of Bromsby's enterprises. Let's have a closer look. It is young Grimble, and there are visible signs of family resemblance between the two men.
Hurry, Holmes! I see someone coming.
One moment. I must take care that everything appears undisturbed. Quickly, let us secure a cab. I must send several messages of great importance.
Please sit down, Holmes. Even if you do not intend to eat, your constant agitation has been tiresome all evening. Besides, it threatens to ruin my digestion.
Yes, but this activity allows me to concentrate. I suppose in the solving of this case, my brain must have priority over your stomach.
Ah, Holmes!
Turned down for what?
Watson, I can hear steps on the stairs.
Yes, honey.
But the tread is too heavy to belong to the person I was expecting. Ah, it would seem that the army has arrived. In time to settle our quarrel.
Mrs. Hudson. No, damn.
I hope I've not disturbed you gentlemen by arriving unannounced and at such a late hour.
Nonsense.
I mean, considering you
Please
didn't
come
even
in,
knock on the
Lieutenant.
fucking
We
door.
are pleased with the diversion offered by your presence.
Well, frankly speaking, I came with the hope that I could learn something of your progress on the case.
But you must tell me first, what is your interest in this case?
Oh, I see. Well, you must understand that, well, to speak plainly, Mr. Holmes, here is my position. I had not set foot on British soil for quite some time until now. A few short days ago, I saw an angel. It was Miss Lavinia, whom I then dared fall in love with. There it is, and I'm not afraid to say it.
My good man, your meaning escapes me.
Several moments later, her father lies dead, and she is considered the main suspect in this affair. But I tell you, this is impossible, because I could not and dared not take my eyes off of her.
So what is your concern?
It seems my unguarded and devoted attentions towards Miss Bromsby during her troubled days have left no doubt as to my true feeling for her. Inspector Lestrade has intimated that the court may consider my testimony to be tainted by my affections, and thus my evidence disregarded. What is worse, I could even be accused of giving false evidence.
Ah, that is horrible. We will take every effort to avoid it.
Mind yourself!
Yeah, Watson, stop helping
What
him.
do you want of me?
That is why I have come to see you, Mr. Holmes. If I must seem to abandon her to save her honour and her life, then I will leave. Even if it means the absolute destruction of our happiness. But you, Mr. Holmes, could you intervene so that I will not be brought to this terrible choice? I will be eternally in your debt.
Naturally, you must not lose hope, young man. Am I not right, Holmes?
Anything is possible, Watson. Your hope is based on an assurance, which, in good faith, I cannot give, my dear Lieutenant. However, I can give you this advice. Abandoning Miss Bromsby will do her case no good, even if her appearance in the dock proves unavoidable. Well, goodbye, Lieutenant.
I will heed your
Get
advice,
the
Mr.
fuck
Holmes.
out my house.
Wait, I will see you to the door.
What the fuck was that noise?
We got him, Mr. Holmes. He
Oh.
was going into the Bromsby Cement Works.
What did you say, Wiggins?
The man you're looking
What
for
did
went
you
into
say?
the Bromsby Cement Works, mister, to the rear entrance. It
Sherlock
was at
Holmes
night.
ASMR.
Stapleton spotted him clear as day. Isn't that right, Stapleton? Here's your money and your extra guinea as
What did you say?
Well earned, lads. Bravo, Stapleton.
Blood!
Sometimes, Holmes, I do not know what stops me from...
What are you going on about, Watson?
Fucking
know
you right
very
here
well
on
what
this
I am
floor.
referring to. This brave young soldier is in total despair and broke down in tears in these very rooms. But the
He did?
great Sherlock Holmes could not
The
give
voice
him a
acting
farthing
didn't
of hope
suggest
or
that at
compassion.
all.
No, on the contrary, the great Holmes assures him instead that his beloved will likely stand trial, which...
We do not have time to argue my methods. My irregulars have just found the mysterious passenger who took the train with a man presumed to be Horace Fowlett on the very night that Fowler was murdered. Our elusive passenger has been traced to the Bromsby Cement Works. There
I
is
like
not
how
a
they
moment
say
to lose.
Horace
I
Fowlett
must
and
return
then
to that
2
place.
seconds later
Are you
say
with me?
The
Fowler.
Bromsby Cement Works, of course.
And it is both in the text and on in the voice acting.
According to Mr. Goblet, the cement factory will be guarded by a pair of dogs. We need to be very discreet.
Okay. This is a good place, unfortunately, for me to quickly, first of all, save. And to quickly take a little break. So I'm going to go ahead and swap my scene here. I will be back in just a little while. Everyone just hang tight. And I'll see you in a little bit. Yeah. Okay, we are back. Hope that wasn't too bad for everybody. I don't know exactly how that went, but I knew that intermission screen would come in handy at some point. Also ran a couple of ads that'll turn the pre-roll off for a little while for some people, hopefully. If anyone joins, at least. But anyway, yeah, time for some snoopy, sneaky, fun stuff. We're going to take this ladder first and foremost.
Come, Watson.
Oh, yeah, that was
Stay
it.
here,
Okay.
Watson. If anyone attempts to scale this wall, then cross over to this side. Make as much noise as you can to attract the guard.
Be careful, Holmes.
I must get to the main office and locate the key to the Fairfax Theatre without being noticed by the guard and his dogs. I must
No
stay
big
hidden
deal.
at all times when I move.
No big deal. Ah, top-down view. There we go. I feel like I may have made a mistake. No, maybe not.
What now? Who's there?
Oh, did I get caught?
Stop where you are.
Oh, the dog is in the corner. Damn. Whoa, alright. This is tough and hard. Your investigation failed to get all the necessary evidence in time. Therefore, Miss Lavinia was accused and sentenced to death for the murder of her father. Herman Grimble, the right hand of Sir Bromsby, killed himself a few months after these events. The Bromsby enterprises collapsed, causing a major crisis in the city. I shall always regret these unfortunate events and my failure to close this case. Ooh, you didn't have to go so hard. Ugh. School's trying to kill you. I feel it. I honestly feel it. I hope you're doing well ultimately, though. My goodness. I'm so sorry that you're dealing with that kind of stress. Crossing my fingers. We're almost there. Already halfway through the semester, right? Almost there. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. That's something to learn in a short period of time. Wow. Wow. I guess you have some jumpers to make, don't you? Better get to making those socks. Booties! Booties! For some reason, baby booties are like the best thing. Like the little baby feet thing.
Come, Watson.
The only time that I
Stay
like feet.
here, Watson. If anyone attempts to scale this wall, then cross over to this side. Make as much noise as you can to attract the guard.
Be careful, Holmes.
I must get to the main office and locate the key to the Fairfax Theatre without being noticed by... I must...
That's really good. So you just got to get through these next couple of weeks and you should be okay. I'm sure you can do it. I know you can do it. Whoa. Okay, that was a... Go, go. Holmes. Holmes! Son of a
What now?
bitch!
Stop.
Alright. Obviously not that. I feel like I remember
Come,
having these
Watson.
problems before.
I...
Yeah, I understand. That's called burnout. I understand that feeling very well. It's not fun to deal with. But you're right. It's doable. It's still doable. Why is Holmes an idiot? Yeah,
What
he
now?
got caught again.
Stop where you are.
Alright, I must be missing something really easy.
Come, Watson. Stay here, Watson. If anyone attempts to scale this wall, then cross over to this side. Make as much noise as you can to attract the guard.
Be careful, Holmes.
I must get to the main office and locate the key to the Fairfax Theatre without being noticed by the guard and his dogs. I must stay hidden at all times when I move.
Okay. Hold on. Small cart to the right of the long building. Stop there and point your cursor at or near the door to Grimble's building until you get the feet cursor. Marty and the dog will split up. Marty will go left and the dog right, and then we'll turn to walk back down. The dog will notice you if you don't act quickly. Wait until the dog is almost at the lamppost, slightly to the left of it. Marty is almost behind the long building, and then double click to the... Huh. Oh, see, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Okay, I think I can do this. Shit!
What now? Who's there?
Come on! I was so close.
Stop where you are.
Stop where you are. Oh yeah, no, I definitely have all of these pieces. This is the Schubert trio. I have all these pieces on a playlist. In fact, I have all of them on a playlist that I've made recently. Not because of this
Come,
game,
Watson.
but
Stay here, Watson. If anyone attempts to scale this wall, then cross over to this side. Make as much noise
I
as you can to
appreciate
attract the
introducing
guard.
me to a bunch of
careful, Holmes.
romantic
I
music
must
that I
get
would
to the
normally
main
not
office
have
and
listened
locate
to
the key the
because
Fairfax Theatre without being noticed
I
by
just
the guard
don't
and
play
his
these
dogs.
instruments.
stay
I mean, I
hidden
play
at
the
all
piano,
times
but
when I
not this
move.
well. Not well enough to play a lot of Schubert. Yeah, no, it is a solo piano, and they all are kind of great. I did actually know that only because I did a bunch of looking into trying to adapt it for the oboe. So IMSLP did its thing and was like, "Oh wow, this is like a whole thing. Look at that," you know. Right now, my thing is actually trying to I'm trying to play. What's it called? Oh shit! I'm gonna get seen again, aren't I? Yeah, there it is.
What now?
Damn.
Who's there?
Yeah, no,
where
I
you
haven't
are.
seen any solo piano recordings. You're right. Right now I'm trying to play the Lacrimosa from Mozart's Requiem. It's a bunch of duets, and
Come,
because of the
Watson.
features of my piano, I can
Stay here, Watson.
record myself playing one side. You know,
Make as
it's
much
forehand,
noise as you can to attract the guard.
and I can play one
Be
half and
careful,
then play the
Holmes.
other half.
I must get to the main office
On
and
top of
locate
that.
the key to the Fairfax
Kinda cool.
Theatre without
Trying to get
being
that done.
noticed by the guard and
Also,
his
there's an
dogs. I must stay
arrangement
hidden at all
for
times when
8
I move.
recorders that I'm thinking of trying to figure out on my oboe, and then just like pitch down, because they're all written in treble clef. Just some of the recorders are an octave lower, kind of a deal. So I'm thinking of just like recording myself doing each of those parts on oboe, and then doing just pitching them down to make them all work. They do seem like fun projects, actually. I'm kind of looking forward to giving them a shot. Okay, so I'm gonna try going earlier this time because, right? Holmes, what the fuck? What the fuck, Holmes? You idiot. Ah!
Oh, who's there?
Love getting stuck behind a frickin'... Yeah. This feels a little like beating my head against the wall right now. What the hell? What the hell?
Come, Watson.
Come, Watson.
Stay. I
Alright, let's try this again. Honestly, accordions are kind of difficult. Any kind of accordion, chordophones? That doesn't sound right. They can be tough. Son of a
What now? Who's
bitch.
there?
Ugh.
Stop where you are.
8 instrumentalists and 9 chamber singers. Wow. I mean, honestly, though, it's kind of weird that we have decided chamber recitals need to be, like, no more than sextuplets. In fact, even when I was in grad school, I remember there was an entire concert
Watson.
that was dedicated to, like, larger
Stay
groups
here,
because they
Watson.
didn't want to...
Anyone attempts to scale this wall and cross
Like,
over to this side. Make as
They
much
wouldn't put it on the
noise as you
chamber
can
recital,
with
but they
your
wouldn't put it
yard.
on any of the
Be
large
careful,
ensemble
Holmes.
recitals, and I'm just kind of like,
get to the main
oh,
office
do
and
something in
locate the
between.
key
Like,
to
it's
the
not that
Fairfax Theatre
hard.
without being noticed by the guard and his dogs. I must stay hidden at all times when I move.
I don't know. It's not like the theaters that are built for small ensemble work, like 3, 4, 5 people can not work for 7, 8, 9. Like that's fine, or even 20. Usually they're fine. Yeah, I mean that's the hard part is getting the number of people you need, getting everyone to cover all the parts. I looked into doing, when I was an undergrad, I looked into doing I did a conducting. Seriously?
What now? Who's
Seriously? The fuck? I did a conducting, it was my honors thesis, I think, was it? So I was originally hoping to I mean, I was going to do a chamber work, I knew that much, and I was originally hoping to do Appalachian Spring,
Make as much noise as
not
you can to
fully
attract the guard.
knowing that
Be careful,
Appalachian
Holmes.
I
Spring
must get to
was
the main
really
office and
difficult to
locate the
conduct,
key to
and
the
therefore
Fairfax Theatre
I
without
was
being
vetoed
noticed by
right
the
away.
guard and his dogs.
Ended
I
up
must stay
doing
hidden at
Barber's
all times when I move.
Adagio instead, Adagio for strings, and that was honestly a bit of a nightmare because I was at a very wind-heavy school, so finding the string players in the first place was kind of difficult. We had a very small orchestra, a very small ensemble, and honestly, I had to go over the same exact things every single day. How the fuck did you even see me? I am behind a goddamn
where you
wall. This game just hates me now. Ugh. But yeah, I had, I was going to do this whole thing with them, and like every rehearsal we had to fix the tuning every single time, the same stuff over and over again. Like I barely got to actually making them sound good like a group. And then once I, like, the worst part is like toward the end of the semester, I finally got them to sound a bit more cohesive, a bit better all around. And then it was just like lush and wonderful. And I knew it would be in a really wonderfully echoey environment. The acoustics were so great for it, for the final. And then I did the final and they just like were fucking it all up. Oh my God. It hurt me so much. I was like, I was working with you all year long. You guys didn't pay any friggin' attention. And then insult to injury, is that like 2 of the violinists returned their music like ripped, and this was stuff that came from the school. Like, they were not my parts, and I was like, really? You just like shoved them into your freaking violin bag? You couldn't use a folder or something? One of them even, like, the true insult was that at the last minute, I even ran across her doing this. She tried to tape the pages on top of white paper, like printer paper, so that they would sit together nicer. And I was just like, no, this is not it. I was so mad. I was so mad. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the annoying thing, is that like school is definitely the time to do those things, to do the weird stuff, because you don't always get the chance when you're in a professional environment. Even if you are working as a teacher in an academic environment or
Stay here, Watson.
conservatory
Anyone
environment,
attempts
like,
to scale this wall and cross
you're
over
not always
to
going to
this
have that
side.
chance to
Make
do
as
like
much
cool fun
noise as
stuff.
you can
Although
in
you
the
will
front
have
of the
more
yard.
chance for sure than
Be
in the
careful,
professional
Holmes.
sphere.
I must
The
get
professional
to the
sphere,
main
obviously,
office
you
and locate the
create
key
a
to the
group, and that
Fairfax
group is
Theatre
your
that
group,
will
and
be
you stick
noticed
with
by
it,
the
kind of a
guard and his
deal.
dogs. I must stay
So.
hidden at all times when I move.
Yeah, that's definitely... It's definitely difficult, especially considering the level of people at the school. I know on my end, like, I definitely had to temper my expectations in undergrad. And so, like, once I got to grad school, I could finally kind of let loose a little bit more, but at the same time, then I was the one that was like, everyone was like, are you up for this? That was kind of annoying. Because I kept being like, no, please push me. And they're like, I think we'll give it to someone else. And I'm like, come on. I don't know. What the fuck,
now?
Holmes?
Who's there?
Why do you suck at this whole thing? Why? What am I doing wrong?
Stop where you are.
This sucks. I don't like this level.
Come, Watson. Stay here, Watson. If anyone attempts to scale this wall and cross over, I
Honestly, planning that far ahead is probably the best way to make it work, yeah. What the? No! Fuckity fuck. Ah! I mean, the thing that's weird about this part is that it's janky as hell and it's really hard to get past because the dog can see through walls. This is another
Come,
great
Watson.
example of the Thousands trying to
Stay
do
here,
stealth
Watson.
Be careful.
and not
I must.
doing it well. Thousands game trying to shoehorn stealth into a game that is not supposed to include stealth. I mean, it's not as bad as the timed puzzles of Curse of the Mummy, or Mystery of the Mummy, I'm sorry, which I just hated. Oh yeah, no, he's running. That's the thing. But I don't think the running matters when it comes to being heard. Let me try. Nope.
What now? Who's there? Stop where you are.
I don't think the noise matters, is what I'm trying to say. In my recollection of this, it is really just sightlines, which they don't make clear. because
Now,
obviously
Watson,
the dog also has a
stay
180
here,
degree
I'm
field of vision, because that's definitely how that works. Hashtag not salty, not upset. Stupid dog. Fuck! Come on!
Who's there?
Ah! Come on! I hate this. Victorian drone and real-time goggles. Just fucking seriously though? Like steampunk stupidness right now. Hold on. What's this called? Ba-dum. I don't know, just okay. Gonna see how somebody else does this. Oop, I just bumped my thing. Okay. It's really hard to see because they recorded a very dark, very, very dark thing here. Okay, stopping by there. Oh. Okay. All right. I have another possible way of possibly doing this. Possibly. Okay. All right. Let's give this a shot. Let's give it a shot.
Come, Watson.
Come, Watson.
I
I have an idea and a hope that this will work. Nailed it. Come on. Go. In. Go. Faster. Holmes.
Perfect. I am here. I believe I shall find the key in this office. I must repeat all the steps I took before to get the Fairfax Theatre key in Grimble's desk.
Well, not all the steps, because you really only need to do the ones that... Actually, you know what? Just to make sure, I'm going to go ahead and quickly save here, because...
Observe. Grimble must have been here.
What does that say? Presumption of a will as presented by a member of the bar, if confirmed by presence of a writing, though not recorded or notarized, might stand in support of a petition to the court for determining succession of interests. However, for such an effort to be successful, will require the courts to set judicial precedent. The case law is now silent on this specific matter. It is possible that such a case, the court may be prevailed upon for an expeditious decision. Argument exists that the Crown shall suffer dire consequences unless the court settles this matter without delay. Our office would be honored to represent you in this case. Ooh, well, he's looking to go up against the daughter. Yeah, let's go ahead and save here, actually, before I have to deal with getting across the yard.
Now I shall travel to the Fairfax Theatre, but I must take care that the guard does not see me.
Is this good enough?
What now?
No,
Who's
the
there?
dog can see through walls.
Stop where you are.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Let me try this again. Obviously. Try it again.
Now I shall travel to the Fairfax Theatre, but I must take care that the guard does not see me.
Okay. In theory, this should be easy. That's just in theory, though.
What now?
Nope.
Who's there? Stop where you are.
Where am I supposed to hide? Hold on, I don't want to sit here and deal with this all over again. I just want to have it be done. Okay. What does this person do? Really? How does the dog not see you there? Yeah, okay. All right. Sure. I don't see how that works, but sure.
Now I shall...
Ooh. Just... Okay. We're good. I hope. Maybe.
Come, Watson. Let us enter.
Stop talking and
Watson,
just...
look to the gate
Okay.
and let me know if a guard or anyone else is coming.
We made it,
All right,
though.
Holmes.
Save. All right, cool. All right, we're done.
My word, I can't see anything.
That's a really fucking bright light. That's not going to be seen by anyone. It's fine. There we go.
I need something. Damp white footsteps. Somebody has been here before us.
We're not going to talk about what size they are? Okay. Never mind. Guess not.
This lock is very old. I think I may be able to force it.
With what?
You may go, Holmes. I do not see anyone at this moment.
This lock is very old. I think I may be able to force it. Let us enter.
Oh, the
I
knife.
must
Okay.
light the lamp. I can't see a thing. Ah, now I see better.
Bloody clothes.
Traces of blood and hair.
This bandage looks so out of place that I know I need to pick it up, but it won't let me pick it up. It's just like, I'm gonna pick it up. I know I am. So just let me do it. Yeah. The logic of going at night and then complaining about it being dark.
The theatre was transformed into a warehouse when Bromsby bought it. Few traces remain from the old days.
Few traces? Looks like a lot remains from the old days. Are you kidding me? The balconies are still there. Again, another thing that I obviously need to pick up at some point, but it won't let me pick up.
Close. This place is rather sinister.
Sure. I mean, yeah. Nothing else about this place is sinister so far? This is the first thing that really gets you?
I need something. I need something.
No, not that. Okay.
Quicklime. I must take precautions, as this substance is quite dangerous.
Yeah, it does kind of almost look like that for a hot minute, doesn't it?
Some relics from the theatre days, most likely.
What's under the tarp? Come on. Come on.
Some relics from the theatre days, most likely.
Just a little boom. A little boom boom. I must be missing something. Okay, there's apparently one of the rings that... All right. I mean, you don't really have to do that a whole lot. Weirdly enough, it's just the first one where you have to do that. No, this is one of those things where it's in view in certain ways, but not in others, and so you have to...
The knot is too tight. I need something to cut it.
Yeah, apparently I just missed that. That would make sense, right?
This is
Teaching
quick
mechanic.
line. I need a mask to protect myself.
Hey, this is why you should have a mask. Also, there's a body in there.
Ah, a clean cloth. I can use it as a mask. At least with this improvised mask, I can now enter the room with the quicklime.
Bam. Improvised surgical style mask. Not approved for medical use. But, too real. I'm really good at finding mystery games that are just a little too real, right? I mean, they don't have an answer to in a pandemic, so you're running out of time?
I need something to remove the body.
I like how he also doesn't really wear the mask. Sherlock, it belongs around your nose and mouth, not your chin. I mean, yeah, that definitely... I played that during the pandemic lockdown, and it was very much like, this is so very on the nose and I don't like it.
A passport issued to a man named Johansson. Perfect. A bottle of liqueur from the Richmond Abbey. Watson, over here.
He doesn't have
Watson,
a mask
go
on.
secure a white cloth around your face. One can be found in the room. When you are prepared, join me.
All right, Holmes.
He had no problem walking in here anyway. Holmes walked in here and then started coughing and dying. Watson walked in and was like, what?
Oh, poor devil.
Yes, there's something of the devil in this. However, I'm sure in a way you have not considered. We should take our leave as quietly as we came. I do hope that Lestrade will follow my instructions to the letter. If we want to keep our advantage in this inquiry, no one can know that we have discovered the body.
So, why did you bring John in to see the body? Gasp. Really? John, you have one job. Really? John, yep. Okay. Yep. Even Sherlock is face palming in this one. Okay. And John is out of breath.
It seems
Sherlock
to me
is
that
over
we've
here just being
gathered
like,
all of the key elements, Watson.
running.
However, before we retire, let's summarize our findings. The
With
questions
a
should be answered yes or no,
quiz.
and justified by the evidence or
Herman
testimony
Grimble owned the
received
only
during
set
the
of keys to the
investigation.
Fairfax Theater. Yes, we know that because of this guy, yes? Boop. Does Captain Lowry have anything in common with Bromsby Enterprises? I believe the answer to that question is also a yes. Hold on a second. What's wrong with my, what's going on with the nail here? What's going on? Why are you doing this? Whoa. Hold on, where's my... there we go. Let's file that off. Do not have any weird things on my nails, thank you very much. There we go. Cool. Much better. Does Captain Lowry have anything in common with Bromsby Enterprises? And the bridge? Oh yeah, no, this is the one with Dvorak in it. Although I think this comes back a couple of times in other games, as does the Tchaikovsky. We say that Wyatt Collins, the nephew, is an honest person. Oops. We have stuff about Wyatt Collins. Boom. Can Herman Grimble be Bromsby's heir despite the missing of an official will? The answer is yes. Cabinet Lloyd, and Masterson. Was the man found at the old Fairfax Theatre from abroad? The answer is also yes, because we found his... Oh, wait a minute.
We must have made an error. What a passport issue. The question should be answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony. We must have made an error.
Fuck. Still
the
wrong?
question should be answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
They do all kind of run together a little bit, yeah. Okay, got that right. I think the only one that I might have is... Ah. Yeah. Okay. It's always the
made an error, Watson.
Still wrong?
The question should be answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
Aha, right, okay. Never mind. Also the wrong.
Simplicity
It's
itself,
just the
Watson.
wrong.
We have answered all
I
the
got the
questions.
answers right. Just had the... Anyway. Stop being salty about it. Stop being salty
Good
about
morning,
it.
Holmes. During this long night, I got little rest. I cannot forget the terrible face on that poor fellow we found last night.
Or the terrible
And I
lack
won't
of face.
even mention those unfortunate men we encountered purely through bad luck.
You
Was
say
it bad luck?
Watson? I think not. Lestrade will have something to say about this point when he arrives. Our dear Mrs. Hudson, she must surely have risen in the middle of the night to prepare such a feast. I presume that you have your notes, Lestrade. Good. Here are mine. You seem to be somewhat tired, my dear Lestrade. You must calm yourself.
Somewhat tired? Holmes, read it for yourself in the Morning Times. It speaks only of crisis, riots, and perhaps even revolution in the streets. The bank's in a panic, froze the entire assets of the Bromsby Company. Now Grimble's unable to pay his workers. They're leaving their work sites, marching in the streets, and even now breaking everything they see.
Good God.
My superiors inform me that in 3 days' time, Bromsby's largest suppliers threaten to stop all deliveries if a solution isn't found. It seems that the future of this city and even more depends on the resolution of this case, and I must admit I'm at a complete loss. My superiors are harassing me hourly. Every day brings some new find to bedevil me, like a corpse in the night or some other mystery that confuses this case even more. And with all of this, you want me to calm myself?
Watson, would you be so kind as to pour a cup of tea for Inspector Lestrade?
He
You
needs
see,
it.
Lestrade, the dimensions of this case are merely a reflection of the larger faults of our fragile and complicated society. London
John.
can be viewed
John.
as a game of formula
John.
dominoes, which
John.
are placed one after another, just so. Should some event cause one domino to fall, then another domino shall surely fall as well, and so it will continue. To stop this chain reaction, there is only one alternative. You must remove the domino, and this reaction shall cease. I agree that the sudden spectacle of all of these falling dominoes is most disconcerting. This may lead one to make the reckless decision to remove any domino at hand to try and stop the tide of these events. But it is critical that we concentrate our efforts and reason on only one question. Which domino shall we take away? Or rather,
I
which
just
one are
broke
we
it.
obliged to take away due to its critical position in the chain of dominoes?
I know, Holmes. My superiors demand a guilty party, and they will have him. No later than the day after tomorrow. It matters little that I doubt his guilt. We discovered certain documents that offer proof that Grimble misappropriated funds for a personal enterprise while he was an associate in India. Sir Bromsby had discovered these improprieties, which gives Grimble an excellent motive to seek Sir Bromsby's death. So I have two strong possibilities for the guilty man. But I lack definitive evidence that favors one or the other. My choice is now ruled solely by a number of important presumptions and will have two immediate consequences. One of these individuals will obtain ownership rights in the Bromsby Company, and the other will have the executioner's rope. Either way, Holmes, we've identified one of your attackers. If you need me, I'll be at Sherringford Hall tonight.
You
Bye,
have
bitch.
shaken him, Holmes.
Such was my intent. In such a complicated case, the police have their uses. I cannot bear if they start to lose their efficiency and reason. I'm going to get dressed while you study Lestrade's
I'm
findings.
going to get dressed, he says as he's dressed. Because...
I must read the documents Holmes gave me.
read more. Swindle. Our auditors who specialize in financial irregularities, misappropriations, trifling amounts. Additional irregularities. The night that Mr. Fowlett was murdered, Mr. Grimble claimed he spent the entire evening at his residence. Since Mr. Grimble is not married and is the only resident of his mansion, we have found that no one to confirm his statement. Grimble was familiar with Fowlett, his house, as he visited there several times with Bromsby. Documents discovered at Mr. Fowlett's home prove that he had been informed by Sir Bromsby of Grimble's financial misappropriations. Here's another item of singular curiosity. Grimble and Fowlett were quite similar in appearance. Wang Jie. Aggressor Asian by birth, was identified as certain Wang Jie. Known in certain undesirable districts and along the docks of the Thames. Wang Jie is regularly involved in brawls, primarily scuffles with bosses, sentenced on 3 occasions small crimes. According to the authorities from the police station near the docks, he was a debt collector for a local criminal band, but for some time he had also been officially employed as a fire thrower in a cabaret act, booked at the Old Fairfax Theatre. There we go. Interesting. The assistance of official contacts managed to gather some elements of the file Lieutenant Harrington, which will test the testimony of the latter. Indeed, though brilliantly performed at the officer school and receives top honors in every discipline, he was also punished from time to time for a lack of proper respect toward the rules and authority. Penal Battalion in India. While stationed there, despite his brave acts, incurred the wrath of the military hierarchy because of his behavior as a daredevil. File indicates he rashly decided to resign his commission in the active military to join the reserve forces. They then left India to go to South Africa. No doubt the court will be hard-pressed to believe the testimony of a man whose passion gains the upper hand over his reason. Certainly wouldn't be Sherlock Holmes without a little bit of racism, right?
This investigation provides us with a new corpse every day. Come, Watson, you can read that later.
It looks like we are in the midst of the Bromsby workers' demonstration.
Sounds like a party.
Here we are, Watson, 29 Strokes Alley.
Strokes Alley. Strokes Alley. Giggity.
By Jove, if it isn't Sherlock Holmes.
Hello, Appleby. You're always nearby when there's a whiff of gunpowder in the air, aren't you?
Of course, Mr. Holmes. But what are you doing here? Aren't you working with Inspector Lestrade on the Bromsby
Oh my goodness,
investigation?
big yawn.
Appleby, I have every reason to believe that the murder of Hunter directly relates to that very case. May I ask you to tell me what you know, and then give me leave to examine the scene?
Of course, Mr. Holmes.
What are the facts?
Last night, between 9 and 9:15, a fellow came for me. I was at the pub, which lies a bit further down the lane. He told me that there was the sound of a shot from this bungalow. When we got here, the door was locked. After the landlady got her key, I opened the door. There I saw the dead man lying on the floor. And here we are.
What did you do next?
And here we are.
Inspector Gregson is in charge of the case. He's due to arrive today to start the official investigation. At least they've removed the body.
Do you have any further details about his death?
He was killed by a bullet right through his heart. There was just one shot. At first glance, it appears to have been a small caliber weapon. His landlady told me that he was a common fellow with nothing to remark about, no friends to speak of, not even a lady friend.
A lonely soul.
He has been staying here for 2 years. The landlady told me he spent most of his time with this flower garden. Indeed, I can't believe that somebody could murder a man because of his hydrangeas.
Who has been inside?
Only myself and my assistant to help with the removal of the body. The landlady made her identification of the man after he was removed and then left for her sisters.
Have you found anything in the room that points to the murderer?
For the moment, no. When I entered the first time, the window facing the street was open. I closed it and secured the shutters as well. It is possible to expect anything with those demonstrators in the streets. Does this advance the investigation of the Bromsby case?
If you could wait for me here, Watson. Could you open the room for me now, Appleby?
Well, let's start.
It's a trace of human blood.
Good job. Yeah, right, the open window from earlier.
Strange sketches. This is brand new. This is brand new.
Strange sketches? I mean, they're paintings, Sherlock. Surely you've seen paintings before. That's not nothing. That's nothing new.
I need something. I need something.
I don't know what I'm measuring.
This footstep is incomplete. It is larger than a size 8, but smaller than a 12. Someone used this window to leave. Thank you, Appleby. I have learnt nothing conclusive. Tell me, Watson, would you mind strolling in the garden to wait for Gregson?
Does that mean actually strolling in the garden? Yep, apparently.
What in the name of reason are you looking for, Holmes?
What a curious small flower. Several bills for the sum of £21. Watson, we need to secure the item that was pawned under this ticket with all due haste. Could you take care of it? We shall meet this evening at Sherringford Hall.
All right, Holmes.
Let us return to Baker Street.
I have no idea why we just did any of that.
Nothing of any interest here. Some of these flowers are not from England. Nothing of any interest
Wow,
here.
some of these flowers are not from England. Congratulations, you are a true genius.
We must learn the identity of the dead man discovered in the cement factory. Let's examine his belongings.
How? One golden exotic jewel. I don't know what I'm looking for here.
A bottle of liqueur from the Richmond Abbey. I must have a book that speaks about this
There we
abbey.
go. Okay. Oi. Alright, what do we got?
Richmond's Abbey. I believe it was built in the 15th century to house an order of Anglican monks. It should surely be there. Let's visit this place, but in disguise.
But in
Let's see if
disguise.
this place is located on the map. Let's visit this place, but in disguise.
There we go. Alright. Half-rate Freddie Mercury, let's go!
Yes, my son?
I am sorry to disturb you, brother, but, well, you see, I have a matter of great importance which led me here, and I'm certain that you may be of help. Well, I am looking for my brother. Not a brother like yourself, but rather my brother by birth. He might have joined the order, but I think it is unlikely. You see, he has not always chosen the right path in life. I recently learned that he had had some troubles, and I have been frantic to find him. One of his acquaintances told me that my brother had spoken of Richmond's Abbey. My brother's name is James Little. Perhaps you know of him? If I ask you some questions, would it trouble you? It would at the least help me to learn whether he is here. He is unaware, but recently we received a small inheritance. I think if he were told of this, it would ease his mind and help him put these troubles behind him.
Mm-hmm.
This forest is most impressive.
It is very large. If someone were to hide in there, it would be most difficult to find them.
Sounds like a hint, hint, wink, wink moment.
The abbey produces a fine liquor, doesn't it?
Yes, we distill a liquor that contains medicinal herbs. It does allow us a small income, but it also can attract certain rascals. That's why we are mindful of inquisitive strangers.
Have there been any burglaries?
Oh, we do get the occasional tramp. They sometimes seek shelter in the old ruins that lie in the midst of the forest. They have been known to trespass into our sacred cloister, seeking some sustenance.
Or
At
hide a
least,
body,
that is
indeed.
always their tale upon discovery. But it is only the liquor that goes missing.
Do you know the way to these ruins?
Many paths lead there. If you are prepared for a walk, you may take the path that lies 30 meters in that direction.
Thank you very much, brother. I would not at all be surprised if my brother is discovered to be the architect of
Body
your
number 4,
recent
here we go.
thefts, as he may well be
Here we
hiding
go.
within the forest ruins. Sadly, for some time now, he has suffered from an addiction to strong drink. Please allow me to indemnify these losses on my brother's behalf. I'm afraid it will have to come from his share of the inheritance. Goodbye.
Good luck, my brother.
No better way to get the church to like you than give them some money.
Not very engaging.
Hold on, we saw some footprints that I did not... No, we're not gonna talk about them? No, we're not gonna talk about them.
I can go no further.
Is this just a maze? I think it's just a maze.
What can it be?
What can it be? What are we talking about? I don't think it's a Medici quote. I did kind of make it up on the spot. If it is accidentally Medici, then yeah, that's probably about right.
Go no further.
But yeah, it's also about how much I think about the church. Any church, including the one that I used to belong to, which, you know, I still have a somewhat decent relationship toward. My God, that was the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me on Twitter. When I said something about Unitarianism, and then like some rando came out of the woodwork and was like, "Aren't Unitarians the most corrupt, awful person thing?" I'm like, I actually was fine. Don't know about you, but are they corrupt? News to me. Like, they had a real big issue against the Unitarian Church, and I was just like, okay, dude. Oh my God. I'm totally fucking lost. I am absolutely just guessing right now.
I can go no further.
Well, it is just a regular maze, so... Yeah,
I
the
can
number
go
of
no
people I
further.
know that are like Catholic raised on some level, it's just, I don't know. A lot of people assume that I was raised Catholic, and I don't know why that is. There is a bit of an expectation that a lot of New England gay people were just raised as Catholics. I have definitely noticed this. And I have to kind of like, no, actually, I was not a choir boy. Fun fact.
I smell smoke.
A fire!
Quick, some water to douse this fire, else we lose precious evidence.
Oh, fuck. I know, it's raining. Can we just, like...
And now, quickly, I must find some water.
Well, if you actually fucking ran... That's not what that bucket looked like before, just saying. Keep going, keep going. Jesus Christ. Dude, run. Fucking run. Not like light jog. I mean like all out sprint. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come on. I don't know if this is the most efficient way or not. I don't know if there's a more efficient way. God, this guy takes forever to run anywhere. Like, I am not in shape and I can run faster than this guy. Especially when there's this much riding on that. Yeah, he's chilling, you know, having a good time. Just, enjoying this pleasant stroll through the woods. Did I take the wrong way? I can't remember now. Shoot.
I can go no further.
Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart this, aren't I? I feel like there must be an easier way to... So little time, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, the pressure. It's too great. Oh my god. I'm lost. I managed to get lost on my way back. Fuck. Where even am I? Okay. We're gonna reload. Okay. I mean, a really smart one, I guess.
A bottle of... And now, quickly, I must...
Okay. Now I know which way to go. The far left path. No, keep running. Come on. Come on, Holmes. No, the camera angles are not helping me in any way, shape, or form. You are absolutely right. Okay. Let's try and navigate backwards. Come on. Ah, these camera angles really do hate me right now. Come on. Take your sweet ass time. Whew. All right.
My word, I can't see anything.
Oh, it was burning inside.
Ah, now I see better. I need something. This is ink. It is not English, and it fell on the floor maybe 2-3 days ago.
Still not going to talk about those footprints, are we? Very clear footprints that we can very clearly tell
Someone has slept here.
how large they are.
All these papers were gathered and burned. I need to find evidence somewhere else. A bottle of liqueur from the Richmond Abbey. I need something.
There we go.
Footsteps, size 10. I need something. Someone knelt here often. How curious. Ah, I was positive. It moves. Very interesting. These letters are faded and illegible. These letters are faded and illegible.
Why are they
This ink is
there?
not made in England.
I've always tried to avoid boredom in any way possible. First it was just a few rounds with my fellows, then the alcohol. All the time alcohol, all the time, all the time, all the... Read them hundreds of times, enough, enough, enough. My story is worth as much as another story. I've got nothing to be ashamed of, nothing. I was ruined and misunderstood. This swine enjoys success in his life because of my mother's money, but half of this money held by him must be given back to me according to all that is right. Absolutely, Your Honor, half. And I wasn't going to let myself so easy when you... grammar. When you are so far away and when you dream owing to him, I would be able to... Never. Okay, more. This cursed foul continent. Shades of the devil? I was told about it at school when I was quite small. Shades of the devil. Yes, certainly they are demons. They whisper sweet words in your ear. They listen to you and make promises to you. They say that they will help you when you are down, but no, they help you to rise only when they lead to hell. They lifted me one under each arm, but when I bade them cease in the midst of their prattle, I heard the sound of their demon wings. Demons haven't done this on purpose, I swear. I'm sure he knew, but why have money? It is certain, Your Honor, they... Okay... That's a lot. Like, a lot. Is that all? Is there any more? Oh, okay. Awkward. Or not. Hold on, I must be missing something then. There must be other things then that I need to see. I thought I was supposed to comment. Be like, hey, yeah.
Someone has slept here. These letters are faded and illegible.
Okay. Maybe we just go back to the Abbey? Can't fast travel kind of deal? Let me just quickly save just in case we get there and then I find out I have to like run all the way back. Because I don't want to. I don't want to. Ooh, goodness. Ooh, big yawns. Holmes, thank you. This is so thrilling, guys. So thrilling. Umbrellas are for the weak. My makeup stays on all day. Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Let us return to Sherringford Hall.
There we go. Did that feel pointless? It should.
Oh, Dr. Watson, beg pardon for imposing on you, but I must get a message to Inspector Lestrade, and he is just inside, and I am sure that he would be most eager to assist you. No, it would be better if he would hear this from you rather than myself. The present situation requires me to be elsewhere. Please be good enough to tell Inspector Lestrade that I renounce any rights to the succession. Also, I will not be at my offices. I would not wish him to waste time looking for me there.
He's about to go missing.
And I thank you for your kind assistance, Dr. Watson.
Grimble is sus.
I was upstairs and I could have sworn I just saw that blasted scoundrel Grimble through the window.
Yes, you are right. But you have no chance of catching him now.
I love how
Run
none of
away
these
as if
people
the
have
very
any
devil
other
himself were after him.
outfits.
It is not
They
the
just
devil
have
that's
one
after
outfit.
him, but myself. He would fare better if it were the devil on his trail.
He gave me a message for you, Lestrade. He said he renounces any rights to the succession.
What do you say? This is
Lestrade?
astonishing news. This will not prevent me
Lestrade?
from finding him. I want to know how
Lestrade.
it so happens that a dead man is found in a
Lestrade?
building to which only Grimble is known to possess the keys. By the way, where is our great detective? Oh, here he comes now.
He says, the door doesn't open. Holmes walks
Hello,
through the door.
What were you
Just
discussing?
Grimble has renounced all possible rights to the succession of Bromsby Enterprises.
But that does nothing to alter the fact that he is the ideal guilty party. Sir Bromsby had very important news that he intended to announce on the day of his death. What if this surprise news was the ouster of Grimble and Bromsby's intent to name his own daughter to succeed him? Do you think something otherwise, Holmes?
No, it is nothing. May I ask you a question, Lestrade? Would it be possible to keep this new information about Grimble from Miss Bromsby?
I would say more
days?
like
It's a
celestial
deuced odd
entity
request,
Sherlock
But I
Holmes.
presume that you must have your reasons. I will do my best to keep this information private.
He just
till
kind
the
of
day after
forgot
tomorrow.
that he's supposed to
Thank
open the
you,
door,
Lestrade. By the
keep
way,
his human
I would like to
disguise.
speak with Miss Bromsby.
So
Where
he
can
just
I
kind of
find
went
her?
through it.
I do
Whoops.
believe she's with her faithful knight in her sitting room. This gentleman never, so to speak, leaves her side. If this story spares them any further pain, no doubt they will soon be renowned as the most beautiful couple in London. I'm trying not to think about it, but my heart feels heavy that I may have been an instrument of their sorrow.
By the
Cthulhu
way,
Holmes. It's funny
my
that you
brother
say that
Mycroft has
because
answered
there
one of my
is
letters.
Sherlock Holmes
This
Awakened,
information seems to be
which
most
is
interesting.
literally
You
Cthulhu
can look at
Holmes,
it if you'd
but
like. I have had a copy made for you.
it's literally like Sherlock Holmes and H.P. Lovecraft mashed together. Oh, with time of the essence, here's the information he managed to gather. W.G. and Company was founded by Joseph Grimble and his partner Raymond Waters. Majority of the capital was provided by Waters, who was the son of a wealthy ship owner. When Grimble died... Oh, hold on. Then who the fuck were we talking to? Wait a minute. Grimble died in 1886. His shares passed according to his will to his partner, Mr. Waters. The business of the Kalidasa Abyss is one that we as the British people are loath to remember. In the entire history of colonization, we have played falsely with the image we claim for ourselves. Hey, this is pretty fucking woke, not gonna lie. The truth of this murky business is still protected by the military authorities, so I possess but a small portion of the facts in this matter. Because of the Kalidasa Abyss, the supply convoys of the garrison from the northwest of Bombay had to make long detours. A decision was reached to construct a bridge over the abyss. The construction was entrusted to a contractor who enjoyed strong support within the military echelons, Mr. Melvin Bromsby. Bromsby committed to perform this task in a time frame that many specialists considered extremely ambitious, given the difficulties associated with the location and other practicalities. The abyss was situated in the middle of a jungle, located in a distant and isolated place. A battalion was assigned to assure the security of the construction efforts that would take several months. One of the officers from this battalion was Captain Lowry. From the beginning, nothing went right with the project. They talk about how poor the soil proved to be and the recurring accidents. The remains from ritual sacrifices were found at the bottom of the abyss, which caused fear in the superstitious Hindu workers. That's a little... Okay. Anyway. Well, that's a little too, We had some wokeness, and then it's gone. Goodwill gone. There was also the presence of a man-eating tiger nearby and other exotic mysteries. Okay, now we're just getting into the whole, like, exoticization of the Indian subcontinent. So, okay, sure. Moving on. At the start of the second month, the officers in charge of the battalion, why is battalion capitalized, asked to be retained in their role of supervision regardless of their personal hardships with this assignment. The command in Bombay supported their request as it was a great opportunity to economize on the costs of construction, which were considerable. Then the officers asked for men from the nearby villages and towns to strengthen the teams on site. Soldiers following the convoys complained that large barriers barred their view of the site and prevented assessment of its progress. They were also denied passage beyond these enclosures. They further noted that although they brought workers to the site, they had never escorted any away from the place and back to their homes. Ooh, that's dark. Deeply concerned that they could not identify the source of an unbearably foul stench that surrounded the work site. Some people claimed they had fallen ill merely from breathing the smoke from some invisible fire that came from the impenetrable mound. The construction was eventually completed on or near schedule, but an inconceivable number of Indian families still do not know what happened to their husband, father, son, or brother. They left one day to build this bridge, never to be seen or heard from again. Colonialism at its finest. Anyway. One of the officers, Captain Lowry, tried to reveal this truth that everyone preferred to be left unknown. He was abandoned by his superiors and his comrades. He wanted to leave Bombay and applied for the post of principal at a penitentiary in Italy. Occurs frequently with non-commissioned officers, as there's no better director than a former officer of the British Army. Everybody knows it and is envious because of it. But the army refused to grant him leave. They threatened him with charges of desertion if he left the Indian Territory. They must have been afraid that one day he would reach England and find attentive ears for a story which must not be told. He died ill and alone, and here is a strange request for a soldier of the British Army. He asked to be cremated in the Indian manner. This last request was in fact refused by the army. All of his property was bequeathed to the military orphanage Brahmi in Bombay. In hopes that this information will prove helpful, good luck, Mycroft. Well, that was a journey that we just went on. Holy shit. Oh, right, they said they're in the sitting room. Mycroft coming in with
laughter coming from the powder room.
Mycroft coming in with the goods. Is this not the right room? Oh, no, they're there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holmes. James has just been showing me the photographs from his hunts.
Oh, but I wasn't the only hunter.
My respects, Miss Bromsby. Hello, Lieutenant. If I could have a look.
Nice piece.
I must say, this is quite a handsome specimen, but it is surprising how light it appears.
That bull weighed near 1,000 stones.
No, beg pardon. I was referring to your portfolio.
That is
Awkward
but another
laughing.
souvenir of my travels to Africa.
Oh, yes, my travels to Africa.
I came here specifically to inform you that everything goes well with the case, Miss Bromsby. But I need to ask you a question of a more personal nature. If the lieutenant would be so gallant as to give us a moment of privacy.
Your servant, Mr. Holmes. I will retire to the smoking room.
It's a bit indecent to be in the powder room, isn't it? Just saying.
I should reveal one of my hints. Does this photograph belong to you?
Yes, it's mine. This is the photo of an actress who was with a touring London company. They gave a performance at the town near my boarding school in Switzerland. This is Miss Davenport. She was kind enough to meet with us in her dressing room after the show.
It was making fun of their awkward laughter. That's what that was.
And how would you describe this actress?
Oh, she was fascinating, on the stage and in life as well. She personally inscribed this likeness for me. You see, they were available for purchase during the intermission. She was so very beautiful.
It's called a photograph.
Pray, continue.
Daguerreotype,
When I met
if you
with
want
her,
to be
she
real
showed me this
vintage.
beautiful earring that she wore. It was in the shape of a wave with foam, made entirely of sparkling stones. It's strange, but I have never talked about this with anyone till now.
Still waiting to see the connection here.
Perhaps. Now, listen to me, my dear child. I must ask you to speak to no one about our conversation, not under any circumstances. The discovery of the truth rests on your silence. I've got to go now.
And
I
you're
understand.
asking a Victorian woman to be silent. That's pretty on the nose. Even for Sherlock Holmes. Just saying. Why do we have to watch this? This is a cutscene that I cannot skip. Just saying.
This lieutenant seems a very commendable person. Miss
He
Lavinia
does,
is
doesn't
fortunate
he?
to
A
have
little
him near.
sickly.
Lestrade was saying that he has found more evidence of Grimble's treasure.
Sherlock, everybody
The
just
corpse we found at
please
the cement
stop
factory may
talking.
well have been an accomplice and the true murderer of Sir Bromsby. Grimble could have easily obtained an invitation for him to the reception. Then, some time after the deed was done, Grimble eliminated his accomplice to prevent his speaking. Or perhaps not. Whatever are you musing about, Holmes? Holmes?
What is it, Watson?
Blast it, Holmes! You haven't heard a word that I have said.
It
Was
is
any
no
of it relevant?
consequence.
Ha!
Tell me,
Ha!
have you had
Ha!
the opportunity to redeem the item with the receipt we found at Hunter's?
Oh, yes, it was a simple matter. In order to get the best price, Hunter agreed to redeem the item within 2 days' time. Look, these appear to be real diamonds.
Ah. The earring.
It seems to me that we have gathered all of the key elements, Watson. However, before we retire, let's summarize our findings.
With a
The question should be
quiz.
answered yes or no, and justified
Was
by
the leader
evidence
of
or
the thugs who
testimony
attacked home
received
directly
during the
connected to the
investigation.
case? Yes. And we can say that with the... There we go. Can we say that the person who killed Simon Hunter is skilled with weapons? Who is Simon Hunter again? Yes. Okay. Yes. Are the ruins near Richmond's Abbey a common haunt for wanderers? Yes. Can the handwriting on the message found in the ruins be the same as that on a previous document? I'm gonna say yes. Look at this again. And find another. I don't know that that's right. That might be? Ah, or that might be. Let's hope that's right. If not, it might be Thread WC. It's easy for a retired English officer to find work as a prison warden abroad. The answer is yes, because of the Calidus Abyss document.
We must have made an...
Shit. Oh, wrong
The question
buttons.
should be answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony. We must have made an error,
Shit.
Watson. The question should be answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
Yeah, got that right. Oh,
It is simplicity itself, Watson.
stupid.
We have answered all the questions.
Boo. Alright, this is the last day of this case. I know because there are only 5 days.
Hello, Watson.
Good morning,
Hello.
Lestrade. You are an early riser.
Something,
morning,
something
Lestrade.
early.
You look
Bird
really
gets the
tired.
word.
You must have had a lengthy meeting with the minister.
But hold on. How on earth could you know that, Holmes?
Here we go again.
I can read you like an open book.
You dense motherfucker.
I jest with you, gentlemen.
It's not the proper time for jesting, Holmes. But upon my word, how did you find out about the minister? I was assured that only 3 or 4 persons at most had
I'm an
knowledge of this
omniscient
meeting.
being and I knew you were
I
there.
would rather withhold my explanation.
So you must be aware of the subject of the meeting.
Indeed, but Dr. Watson knows nothing of these events.
And I like my subs to be
Well, our
stupid.
incorruptible yet ever practical minister...
Dr.
shared the
Watson
thoughts
is a
of the Council
himbo.
of the
Send
Exchequer
tweet.
with me. They've decided
Actually,
that it would
hold
be
on.
most imprudent, given the crisis we're under, for a young lady barely 18 years of age to take control over one of the country's 3 biggest building enterprises.
I begin to understand, but
According to the minister, despite his bad habits
Dr.
due to the lack of consideration for his
John
partner, Grimble is the only
Watson.
individual that the council has faith in to reverse the current state of the Bromsby holdings.
But Grimble
It was further
isn't
explained to me
Grimble.
that if there is a choice to make
Grimble
in the
died in
direction of my
1886.
investigation, and lacking any new evidence to the contrary, I must take these concerns into account.
this is outrageous.
And you, Lestrade, what are your personal thoughts on the matter?
I really can't say, Holmes. The prospect offered by Grimble seems so attractive.
Boom.
He had credible motive to murder Bromsby and then Fowler.
Big
In
dumb
addition, he
emotional
was the
support,
only
baby.
individual with apparent access to the shed at the cement factory where we discovered the corpse of his presumed accomplice. However, the only gadfly to this theory is his statement to Dr. Watson when he clearly renounced all rights of succession.
That is an item of singular curiosity.
Are we still not going to talk
It
about
is
the fact that
difficult for me to
Grimble
believe
is
that a man
not
who could
a
plan and
man
execute 2
named
or 3
Grimble?
murders
Because
with such
Grimble died in
full presence of
1886.
mind would give up an opportunity of this magnitude so easily. I also have spent sufficient time at Sherringford Hall to have a high opinion of Lieutenant Harrington.
I agree with you. This young man, by all accounts, has an unimpeachable character.
By
I
whose
have no
accounts?
evidence to cast doubt on the truthfulness of his testimony. We reconstructed the crime, and it was evident from where he stood he could easily see Miss Bromsby despite the crowd. Really, Holmes, I'm not a man who would hand over an innocent girl to the executioner, even should it cost me my career.
I am pleased to hear you say this, Lestrade. By the way, Lestrade, have you any knowledge of the place known as Aston's Theatre?
Is it that shabby theatre that lies near the bank of the Thames?
Yes, several weeks ago it was acquired by the Fairfax Theatre Company. Their international tour appears to have been most successful as they are set to open their new play in a week. Dwight Richards happens to be their director.
You mean the author of the threatening letter that we found on Bromsby's desk? I must admit, I thought the letter to be of small consequence. After all, it involved a matter from so long ago.
Sometimes old wounds are the most painful. In fact, we are leaving for Aston's right now. I know that you are quite busy, but if you feel like joining us, meet us at noon.
All right. Vagrancy and profligacy. Profligacy?
This might be interesting.
Profligacy. Profligate. Yes, that makes sense. I don't know why my brain just like had a moment there with that.
Aston's Theatre. Here we are.
Let's say we talk to this guy.
We are not open to the public yet.
Whoa, what the
gentlemen.
fuck?
Bless my soul.
That's-
I can hardly believe my eyes. It is the young Sherlock Holmes, isn't it?
Watson, allow me to present Philotomy Kirby, who
There we
in his
go.
day was one of the last great hopes of the popular stage. He also took great pains to advance my comprehension of the many subtleties of the theatrical arts.
So he can still prattle away. Don't listen to him. This is the most talented student I've ever met, upon my word, as an actor. But those days are past. So, am I speaking to the former actor or the world-renowned detective today?
Can't quite get over his face. It's like a weird rectangle.
Tell me, what you know about the Fairfax Theatre Troupe?
2 months ago, they returned from an international tour. Richards, their director, had managed to secure the necessary funds to buy back Aston's. It seems he had finally resolved his troubles.
He was in some kind of trouble.
Oh, right.
Those days have
Always
passed.
the same with those
Oof.
tours abroad. Your star actress marries an emir. Another time, the entire troupe has their luggage stolen. Anything is possible, and whatever occurs is usually nothing good. But who would have imagined such a tragedy?
What tragedy? Speak it. Spill that tea, sis. Spill
The
that
last
tea.
tour started about 3 years ago. At that time, the troupe was housed at the Fairfax Theatre. But a series of failures forced the owners to sell it at a substantial loss. The owners were 3 individuals: Dwight Richards, their current director, Miss Davenport, their star actress and the mistress of Richards, and lastly, a young actor, costumier, makeup man called Jeffries.
Jeffries.
They decided, after the sale, to launch an international tour in order to raise funds.
Their success was assured?
Yes, the fame of English theatre is worldwide. During their travels, Jeffries and Miss Davenport developed a close relationship.
Rip.
which was much to the regret of the hot-headed Richards. He is a gypsy by birth.
Romani.
No one can be more
Also not stereotype.
than a gypsy. Pray continue. In short, a dark tragedy occurred in a village in Latin America, located not far from the Amazon. One evening...
Why do I feel like we're getting deeper into this?
Someone noticed that Miss Davenport and Jeffries had gone missing. The local authorities were notified, and the alarm was raised.
Do I dare continue going down this rabbit hole of casual racism?
And Richards?
Richards was implicated in some manner, it seems to me. However, there was no proof of his involvement.
Maybe
No
Rectangle
bodies were
Head is
ever
starting to
What a strange case.
drop it a little.
If you need more details, you should ask the actors. As you may observe, they are rarely able to hold their
AKA, they are messy bitches.
I will see you later, Kirby.
Yes, it was good seeing you.
Yeah, that's a frustratingly difficult one for people to understand. I think in part because not many people have heard Romani, just the word Romani, which is frustrating. Speak to this absolute child.
Looking at?
Oh, I'm sorry. You startled me. I'm looking at her. Her. Are you from the press? Of course you are. You must be here to interview her. Oh, the play is wonderful, and Miss Caroline will surely shine. If only my father could have seen this day.
His voice is like ambient.
Yes, I am Bruce Aston, and my father was Clyde Aston, the former owner of the theatre. It may have fallen into some disrepair, but during its time it was well loved by so many. A host of young actors debuted on that venerated stage. Why, it was at this very
It's the name of the
spot where
move.
Mr. Richards
Yeah,
first met Miss
would you have the
Davenport.
same... Would you say it if the name of the move was called, like, the N-word step? No, you wouldn't. You don't do that, because that's an asshole racist thing to do. So don't use the G word either. Like...
Have you ever heard of the Fairfax Theatre?
What?
It is the theatre which was demolished. It seems to me that it had been owned by Mr. Richards together with Miss Davenport and a friend of theirs. They left on an extended tour, but I think it went badly for them. After his return, Mr. Richards bought the theatre back from the bank, and I do hope his good fortune will continue.
Well, we can hope.
With the talented Miss Caroline, I think anything is possible, and the building is still solid and comfortable. Though the bank took over the theatre, they left the keys. From time to time, I would do what I could to tidy up a bit or see to a broken window.
Yeah.
Are you a part of the troupe?
Yes. When Mr. Richards
Yeah,
noticed
that's
how
the way
I
to put
worked
it.
to keep the place up,
I get it.
he hired me. I helped Mr. Kirby a little, and also Mr. Trumpet backstage.
My grandmother keeps apologizing for that exact reason. She's like, we're leaving you such a mess. And I'm like, it's not you. It's the generation just after you. Yeah, no, he's absolutely talking chairs. He's brilliant. Also, I loved Watson's just
Excuse me.
vibration over
May
there.
I ask you some questions?
Naturally, I'm listening to you.
Oh, queen. Oh, girl. Oh,
You are
honey.
rehearsing at the moment, aren't you?
Yes, we are in rehearsal for the play we are to perform at the month end.
Honey.
Are you critics or
Oh,
reporters?
honey.
As you know, we just came back from an extended tour. We were a triumph everywhere we
This
performed.
is all I'm hearing right now. It's literally just nothing but nothing but Trixie and Katya noises.
Tell us about this international tour.
We performed
Well, I'm in my
France,
30s.
in
Oh, in my
Switzerland,
30s.
and even
Oh.
the Prince. We were met with acclaim at every stop.
Every
If tragedy had
stop.
not occurred, we were to appear next in New York.
In New
But
York,
fate had
darling.
other plans for us.
Other plans. Oh, scandalous. Yes.
What sort of tragedy?
I'm kind of
Oh, surely you must have heard about
I'm
it.
kind of in
All
love with
because
this
of those
character
in our
just a
company
little bit.
who assume the right to reveal every distasteful and intimate detail of a most tragic event.
Like me,
Anything to gain publicity
sweetie.
for themselves. It is positively scandalous.
Get that bread.
Even a professional actor such as myself respects the privileges of the press and the public's right to know.
Your sensitivity honors you.
Please continue your story.
You're just a messy bitch who likes to share, right?
Sorry place in Brazil named Guacamole or Babiamo.
Well, there's
something
that.
like that.
Still white
I
gay.
still can't
All right.
stop asking myself what we were doing there in the first place. But to be brief, our talented costumier, Mr. Jeffries, had been having a tete-a-tete with the beautiful Miss Davenport.
I mean, you can't have an unproblematic fave in this game, can we?
The mistress of our director, Mr. Richards. I tell you, the tension was unbearable.
Really?
Lady up to the side is just like, I'm fucking done.
They were the worst hours of my life. Miss Davenport was spending the whole day closeted in her room. Mr. Jeffries trembled so uncontrollably that he was unable to do our makeup. Mr. Richards stepped in, and I must say, he was a pitiful substitute. May you never be so ill-fortuned as to have your face in his large, hairy hands.
Woo! All right. Guacamole.
And then?
God.
Our first performance in that town was naturally well received. That very night, a tragedy took place. Mr. Jeffries and Miss Davenport went missing not long after the performance ended. It was impossible to find them. Then we heard that Mr. Richards was arrested on suspicion of murder regarding Miss Davenport and Mr.
Goatees
Jeffries.
aren't really a great look in a lot of ways. Like, there are some people who can pull them off, but the number of people who can pull them off is relatively
How's the
small.
matter resolved?
This guy is not one of those people.
All of us, the prison warden and the local chief of police, was an Englishman. Lacking direct evidence or even a corpse, the accusations against Mr. Richards could not stand. He was set free on the
Yeah,
spot.
this story is definitely spun a little bit in it.
Of that young expatriate, we might have been stranded in that Amazonian swamp for all eternity.
I'm the fine line between a cleft chin and a bullet hole, Trixie Mattel. And I'm the only surefire way to disengage your temporal mandibular joint, Dr. Bitchcraft! Let's party. Katya.
Well, thank you
I'm glad
for
we
your
had this
assistance.
moment.
That's all right. Don't hesitate to seek my help.
Yeah, literally within like a couple days, everything just goes to shit and is just like absolutely crazy.
Don't
All right,
listen to
madam.
that milk toast. He gets positively weak in the knees over redheads. A policeman is just a policeman. That's it. If Richards isn't in jail, it's only because he had nothing to do there.
Well, Dr. Bitchcraft is definitely the best one. I have it saved as a GIF on my phone so I can use it as a reaction in everything.
Previous tour, and
You aren't the press, are you? No. In my opinion,
I'm a
you're
mountain
more like
biking vampire witch from the future.
Listen
Fuck my
closely,
pussy with a rake, mom.
Miss Davenport was nothing more.
That
than
looks like a rake.
woman
Sorry,
who
I'm just
adored
gonna start
seeing
quoting.
all the men at her feet.
What? Don't you mean...
She toyed with both Richards and Jeffries like two little puppets. Dwight Richards is quick-tempered, but he wouldn't harm a hair on her head. And if you are eager to be so helpful, please, find my red-haired wig.
This girl lost her wig. Alright, we gotta
must
find it.
continue our investigation.
By finding this bitch's wig. Do you know how important that is? Come on. I mean, that dress is pretty great.
I can't enter like that.
Up, up. Round. Ah, there we go. So we gotta talk to this person. Checkers is my yard. He's just
Hello,
getting
miss.
it.
I'm sorry for disturbing you.
Oh, you are welcome.
Are you rehearsing the new play?
Yes, we are hard at work. Excuse me, did I just hear Mr. Kirby calling you Holmes? Is it really possible that you were the great detective,
Oh, you
Sherlock
recognize
Holmes,
me?
and you were Dr. Watson?
I'm investigating the facts of the terrible events that occurred during the company's last tour.
Oh,
We
I
are?
see. You were interested in that case. It's still a complete mystery, even for those who were there.
Okay. I mean, sounds like it, yeah.
Tell us about Miss Davenport.
She was fabulous and positively mesmerised men.
And
She
women.
confessed to me that she had been indiscreet with our costumier, Jeffries.
Because Lavinia's totally lesbian
She
for
both
her.
came back to him. She said he understood her completely.
She
without
knows
even
my
saying a
name?
word.
Until
He's
that
just so
last time.
flattered and happy to be here. Also, anyone else looking at these chairs thinking that these would be the most uncomfortable fucking things? There's like no back to them at all.
Forgive an admiring expert, but your earring is absolutely magnificent.
Oh, that was a gift from Veronica. She
Oh,
gifted
hey,
along
it's the
with two
earring
other matching
again.
Earrings and a small jewel case. She gave me this one, another to Doris, and kept the most beautiful for herself. Veronica insisted on cleansing it herself weekly with a special cleanser. It was remarkable and kept the earring all sparkling like stars. When I saw her last, Veronica was wearing her earring. She never parted with it.
Where can we find Doris?
She must
Doris?
be in her dressing room.
Carol!
Goodbye.
Carol!
And thanks.
You're welcome, Mr. Holmes.
Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. All these boxes are full of Pepe. Oh. Oof.
Pardon.
Working people not allow actors their peace and quiet. They walk through here as if it were a common
Alright, this is
thoroughfare.
Hyacinth Bucket.
Nothing strange about that. They still haven't bothered to change locks. Anyone can enter at will and abuse me. Me, who in the 50s, I was rather good actually. Did you see me? With the best, me. And they just treat me and, oh.
Right.
Are
Okay,
you,
continuing. Watson's taking notes.
Everyone has his own technique. Cheers.
Miss Small told you about your earring. Would you mind showing it to us?
It can't be sold. Do you think that actors have no heart? I would prefer dying of thirst than parting with it. My friend, my best friend Veronica, who I love like my own daughter, she gave it to me. My little Veronica. She... Veronica.
This woman needs
Do you know what has
to not
happened to
drink
your friend?
for a little while.
Left. She left with that Jeffries. Oh, I know what they say. That Richards murdered them both. Why not? He did everything for them. Everything. She was naught but a common flower girl. And that Jeffries was a mere servant.
It's very
He made them actors.
exaggerated.
Yes, actors. Yes.
Oh, we'd better leave you to your work. I mean, rehab.
Ouch! I need to concentrate.
Right.
Let us see whether we can find other evidence.
More snooping and spooping.
What chaos!
Chaos! Oh, now we're controlling Watson, apparently.
Through the flying dragons of the Virgin Islands, the land of gargantuan man-eating crabs, love in the heart of the Black Desert. This author seems to be
Don't
particularly
worry.
inept.
I've played this game before and I'm a little lost, so...
A set of costumes. There are 30 listed.
We're not gonna... not gonna look at the list of costumes? Okay, apparently not. Screw me.
Through the flying dragons of the Virgin Islands, the land of gargantuan man-eating.
I want the land of
can't
gargantuan
read
man-eating
29.
cabs.
Yes,
Crabs, personally.
The artillery officer uniform is missing. Love in the heart of the Black Death.
No, shut up. The artillery uniform is missing.
Let us see whether we can find other evidence.
Who is it?
Mr. Richards.
Someone
my
is
name
faking
Sherlock
being an
Holmes.
officer.
You may
And
put
a
away
red
your
wig.
knife. Rest assured, I am indeed Sherlock Holmes. Thank you for receiving us, Mr. Richards. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I will answer your questions, Mr. Holmes, only because I have heard about you.
Would you tell me about Sir Bromsby?
I will not lie to you, I hated Bromsby. He is the cause of all my troubles, I swear. I have often dreamed of killing Bromsby with my own two hands, but I didn't kill him.
Alright. Nasally voice, he's got some W's coming
Do you know
along
an
here.
Asian named Wang Jie.
What would he be doing there? Well, in the days of the Fairfax Theatre, I once employed a Chinese fellow who went by that name. However, I was forced to dismiss him because he was a great deal of trouble, and I've
Great
never seen
deal
him
of
since
trouble.
that time.
You retain several keys from the Fairfax Theatre, don't you?
Well, I don't understand the purpose of your questions, but yes, there were indeed two keys for the Fairfax Theatre main door. When the bank took possession, we gave only one of them to Bromsby's assistant. When asked, we lied and said there was only one key.
But
Well,
why?
he was
Well,
very...
we kept the other one out of spite. We had thoughts of returning in the night and wreaking havoc, but we had no opportunity as we
It's
left
being very
abroad
forthcoming.
after the transfer to go on our tour. I suppose the key may have been lost somewhere along our travels.
About the disappearance of Miss Davenport.
I don't know why you want to talk about it. Does some vile curiosity cause you to torment me in this way?
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
It is nothing, Mr. Holmes.
I should reveal one of my hints.
Oh, this can't be possible. How did you come by this? Dear God, if only someone like yourself had been present that
Here we
evening.
go. I would have killed him. We would have destroyed everything. I mean, again, he's being very forthcoming.
Please tell us what's happened.
That night, after the performance, I left to stroll alone along the riverbank. The next morning, I had barely returned when I was seized by two local policemen and led to a prison cell for interrogation.
Why?
When I got there, an Englishman, the local chief of police, told me that a deserted boat had been discovered along the opposite bank of the river. Inside the boat, I found a star covered with blood. It belonged to Veronica, who had vanished, along with my other partner, Jeffries.
And then what happened?
No one could prove my innocence, but they also found no proof of my complicity in these events, nor had they found any bodies.
Tell us a little more about your partners.
I had met Jeffries while on tour. He was just a young tramp drunkard. Whatever my feelings were then, I feel no pity for him now. He betrayed me. But it wasn't the same with Veronica. I fear the pain caused by these events will forever haunt me.
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
It is nothing, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
This man is a wonderful actor.
Maybe, Watson. Maybe.
We were told by someone else that he's a pretty shit actor, though.
I don't know where your wig is.
I cannot take her earring.
We are in the backstage area.
Good job. Yes. We are in the backstage area.
May I ask you a few questions?
All right, gotta ask this
Depends on
old
what you're asking.
crustacean some things.
What are you doing?
My job, my lord. I'm making this jumble look a bit neater.
Could you tell me what happened in Brazil?
Yes, my lord. I was
I was a star in the
Mr. Richards
50s.
takes
You
it very
must have
personally
seen
to chat about
me.
those times, and I won't risk my position without some consideration, if you get my meaning.
Money.
Here's 5 guineas. How's that?
Oh, my lord, you're too kind. I don't really know much of what happened. You see, I was alone at a tavern that night, and I was, as one could say, very fond of the local alcohol. When I returned to our lodgings, I learned that the actress and the costumier had taken to their heels.
And what did you do then?
I made my way to the inn with all haste to learn what they'd taken in their sudden departure. You must understand my position. I was solely responsible for the security of the luggage and troop properties. Can you then imagine my surprise when I saw that nothing was missing? Absolutely nothing. They hadn't even taken their personal items. I can understand that of a man like Jeffries.
Right, yeah. I can tell you more if you pay me, pays him. I don't remember
So
anything.
the idea came to me
Sorry.
that perhaps they hadn't truly left, you see.
And what of Dwight Richards?
I learned that Mr. Richards had been seized by the local authorities. It seemed he was under suspicion for the murder of the missing lovers. This was too incredible. And then there's another odd thing that weighs on my mind. When we finally returned to England, Mr. Richards asked me to do him a small personal service. What was strange was that he insisted I keep the matter confidential and not breathe a word of it to anyone.
What kind of service?
What service
Well,
is
there's a
that?
small room with an iron door located above the backstage. It was used to store the stage lights and fireworks. He asked me to help him move all of Miss Veronica's personal belongings to the room. Every little thing, without exception. Her large trunk, her dresses, all of it.
Where is this room?
The end of the passage, but there is one difficulty. You see, Mr. Richards has the only key to the room's iron door, because only he has a complete set of keys to this building.
Goodbye, my friend.
My respects, my lord.
Watson's just gonna stand back there.
Closed.
Oh, come on. You can apparate through doors. Why can't you go through a barrel?
Leave me alone, I have to work.
How do I get him out then, maybe? This is very final scene, isn't it? Just expecting to fall off a balcony and trying to get some quarter. It's not a quarter, it's a star.
I don't know where your wig is.
These actors.
Oh, okay, yeah. That makes sense. I didn't know to think of that, to be honest. I feel a little stupid. Very interesting. Nope, not this guy.
I will see you later, Kirby.
Yes, it was good seeing you again.
Next thing you know, she'll be... everyone's just standing around. One of the
She's
chairs just
fabulous,
pops
isn't
up
she?
out of the floor, and it's just Nancy Drew sitting there, and we're like, wait a minute.
Do you have a complete set
Wait a
of
minute.
keys to the theatre?
Oh, yes. Take them. But you will see to their safe return.
Goodbye, young man.
Goodbye, sir.
You fucking idiot. And those pants do not go with that vest. Learn how to dress. Color coordination. People do like just giving their keys. He's just got the face of someone who you just want to give your keys to, you know?
Watson, stay there and inform me if Richards arrives.
All right, Holmes.
Let us see whether we can find other evidence. A gift from the gods. I need something. Nothing of any interest here.
I'm taking them,
That
but
is
like...
of no use to me.
Oh, that went back.
Nothing of any interest here. I need something. Nice pattern made of encrusted nacre. What does it mean? This lock has never been forced. I see. To open the safe, I must have the 2 other earrings.
Well, now we gotta get them. This is gonna be fun. By fun, I mean difficult. Watson, stay there.
I don't know.
I cannot.
Oops.
Leave me alone, I have to work.
Alright, either of those are helpful.
I should show her one of my hints.
Okay. Alright, apparently I can't.
Closed.
You.
Watson, stay.
All right, Holmes.
They did it again. Watson, stay here. Okay. And then he's just gone. That's my favorite part about this. He's like, Watson, stay here. And he's like, okay. And then I come back out and he's gone. It's like, well, that's not what stay here means, but okay.
Oh, my stars.
Would you mind lending me your earring? I shall give it back to you in a few moments.
Certainly. Maybe you would like to borrow Doris's earring as well. I don't believe she would give it to you, but to me, certainly. If you wait here, I will get it for you.
There we go.
What's...
All right.
It is elementary. Richards and Miss Davenport standing in front of the old Fairfax Theatre. But who is this third man? Descriptions of exotic landscapes. Nothing of interest.
Well, well, gentlemen, you arrive at precisely the right moment.
Is your good mood a sign that you have found something of interest?
Absolutely, Holmes. It seems to me I caught the right end this time.
What? Really?
I'm glad that
We
it's
learned
dance
about it
music.
only by chance. It appears that at 1 o'clock this morning, Grimble arranged for his solicitors to send his demands to the court for the appropriation of Bromsby Enterprises. My men will spare nothing in their search for the elusive Grimble.
Lestrade, pray, continue.
Then I followed your advice and we advanced further into our investigation of Mr. Richards. Did you know that his true name is Gaetano Riccardino? As this Mr. Riccardino, at age 19, he was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment for armed robbery of a fair stall. And who would you think the complainant was in this case? In truth, a certain Melvin Bromsby. This new evidence of his criminal past makes him another principal suspect in these murders.
Very interesting. Any other findings?
It would seem that Grimble and Richards are old associates. They were both intimately involved in the sale and transfer of the Fairfax Theatre. These two make quite a pair, don't you agree?
Well, Lestrade, I'll keep my thoughts on these matters secret for the moment.
Bah, you're
the
not
moment?
playing according to Hoyle. Really, Holmes, you must at least tell me your opinions on Richards.
Mr. Richards is an intelligent person. He is a man of great personal resources. If I had the power of Scotland Yard at my disposal, I would take all steps necessary to ensure that Mr. Richards is secure within a prison cell, and the sooner the better for all concerned. When the case involves murder, it is not wise to underestimate any possibilities.
You are a good man, Holmes. I swear upon my name that within the space of an hour our friend Mr. Richards will be warming a cold cell at Dartmoor.
Very well,
There's
my friend.
Lestrade,
By the
not
way, I would like to see you
Lestrade.
tomorrow at Sherringford Hall to discuss in greater detail some of the more puzzling elements of this case. Can I expect you?
I would not miss it for the world. This is most fortuitous, as Miss Bromsby also invited me to the hall. I was told they had good news to share, and it seems to me an engagement announcement must be at hand.
It's been 5
So,
days.
we shall see you tomorrow. Let us return to Baker
He's gonna
Street.
get engaged to this guy for
Well,
5 days.
is Lestrade right? This case does seem resolved.
There is but one piece missing that I need to complete this puzzle. Oh, it's not very important from the criminal point of view, but from the economic aspects of this case, it is essential. Regarding the question of whether Lestrade is correct, I will give you 2 items that should provide the answer that you seek. The first is a table representing the shoe sizes of the main characters in this case. Examine it carefully, Watson.
Oh, the child,
A
quote
parcel
unquote.
for you, Mr.
Again.
Holmes?
Ah, this would be Mycroft. Here is the final piece, which completes our puzzle, Watson.
Would this be the second element?
What second element?
You have just said that in order to determine if Lestrade is correct, I would need to consider 2 items. You told me about the shoe sizes, and I ask if this news article is the second clue.
Oh, no account. The second clue is a question. A very simple question. The answer will take the grass under the feet of several English citizens. For if they cannot even guess the answer to this question, they are for the gallows. The question is as follows.
There's only one thing worse than a murder.
Do you think
child.
that Horace
No!
Fowler slept with a cushion? It seems to me that we have gathered all of the key elements, Watson.
Did Fowlett
However,
sleep
before we
with a
retire,
pillow?
Let's summarize
Yes or
our
no?
findings. The question should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
Are there several sets of keys from the Aston Theatre? The answer is yes, because we took them. Bruce Aston, there we go. One of the actresses lose a red-haired wig. Yes. Miss Sullivan? Could the discovery in the dressing room be connected to the case? Discovery in the dressing room. Costumes Judge 30, artillery officer, artillery button. Could the writing on the message to Veronica Davenport be found elsewhere?
We must have made an error, Watson.
We're not done.
Let's check our answers. The questions should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
Sir Bromsby and Johansson are both size 10. Lamb, Lieutenant Harrington is 9. Colonel Patterson, Horace Fowlett is 6. Miss Bromsby, Miss Lambert 4. All the men have shoe size approximately 7 otherwise. I can't believe you would take it all back. Everything cannot be finished between us. Let us meet tonight, I beg you. Hey, that does look familiar. Where are those calling cards?
It is simplicity itself, Watson.
Boom. Didn't even
We've
have to cheat for
answered
this
all the
one. Or
questions.
hints. It was hints. I don't cheat. Okay. Successfully completed investigation. The following questions are optional and you do not have to answer them correctly to reach the last step of the game. Who killed Sir Bromsby? Who killed Horace Fowlett? Who killed Johansson? Veronica Davenport, Jeffries, Hunter. Oh. Herman Grimble, I believe, killed Horace Fowlett because they look the same and Fowlett didn't have a pillow. AKA, pillow in the stomach makes Grimble... Grimble? Who died in 19... we're still... The answers are written on the quiz if you look for them. In the blank area, highlight that section, left click, hold, drag to the end to see the answer. No? Hold on. Left click in the blank area and drag. I don't see how that works. What? The blank area, highlight that section. Left click, hold and drag to the end to see the answer. Well, fortunately, it's not letting me do this thing. And they're not hints, unfortunately. It's not even going to help me with hints here. Alright, who killed Sir Bromsby? Lieutenant Harrington. We'll get to that. Who killed Horace Fowlett? Wyatt Collins. I was wrong. Who killed Johansson? Jeffries. Jeffries? Jeffries. A man named Jeffries. It's not on this list. See a Jeffries on this list at all. according to the hints, though, Jeffries is... Hold on. Let's go to Game Boomers. It says Jeffries. Who the fuck is Jeff? Like, I know who Jeffries is, I guess. It's not who the fuck is Jeffries, but where is Jeffries? Phineas, Spencer, Owen, Satterwhite, Sue, Roundtree, Lambert, Mary, Panister, Grimble, Hunter, Harrington, Patterson, Brims, Sweetney, Lockhart, Doctor. I want to do this right. Anyone else having this problem? Like, I can't be the only one that's having this problem. Just everyone says Jeffries, but Jeffries is not an option. No, they can be used multiple times. Okay. Here we go. Okay. I don't know if this is just a glitch or the game makers expected us to have figured out the identity Jeffries was using in the course of the game, but Jeffries was Spencer, the groom at Sherringford Hall who called Watson ma'am. She did the thing. She done did that.
Cabby?
I don't know how the fuck you were supposed to get that.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I feel relieved that everything is settled. The inspector told me that you were not as useful as you had hoped in this case, but you did your best. and I am grateful to you.
Dear Lestrade, well, the inspector deliberately minimized my role in this matter so that I could reveal a secret to you.
I wish Lieutenant Harrington could be here now, but...
No.
He had to leave for London on a very urgent business.
But how could you know?
It is my business to know, Miss Bromsby. Thus, I am able to tell you about the case of the silver earring.
Here we go.
Everything begins on that sad afternoon, which was to celebrate your birthday, and ended with the untimely death of your father. Miss Bromsby, you did not murder your father. I kissed your hand that day and did not detect even the slightest smell of gunpowder. I also discovered powder traces that proved the shot was fired from behind the second side door. You were not seen at that door, but where did the murderer go after taking his shot? Everyone who tried to exit through the side entrance found it blocked. According to witnesses and other evidence, none of the guests could have possibly been the murderer because they were all present in the ballroom. No one left through the service door, and traces confirm that no one could have fled by using the staircase. The windows in the kitchen, as elsewhere in the manor, were appointed with thick bars, thus they offered no escape. So did he vanish into thin air? In fact, one of the parties did leave the ballroom and went to the kitchen corridor. He left to meet his accomplice, who was not an invited guest. This accomplice was a professional actor who was disguised to resemble our missing invitee. This guest hid under voile in the shadow of a statue and waited for his moment. Meanwhile, his twin acted out his part in the ballroom and provided the murderer with a perfect alibi. When the killer heard the applause, he left his hiding place, aimed, took his shot, and hit his target. It is important to know that the actor was well placed at the manor. He secured entry to the manor by impersonating a French head waiter. Using his position, he persuaded those in charge to use long tablecloths and to arrange the tables in a most peculiar manner. When the shooting occurred, our actor joined the crowd and rapidly crept across the room, concealed under the tables. As he neared the side door, he rose from beneath the last table and acted as if he had been jostled and fallen. However, as he stood, he accidentally snagged a small piece of his dirty glove upon a chair. When he arrived at the door, which was held closed by the murderer, he tapped on it using a prearranged code and was allowed entry. He exited to the corridor while his partner continued to hold the door shut against all others. The actor discarded his disguise in the deep kitchen well, helped himself to 2 bottles of excellent whiskey, and quietly went outside. The assassin waited several minutes. Then, in the last seconds of the confusion, he returned to the ballroom. Thus, we have the crime committed by an individual whom everyone swears was in the room when the shot was fired.
But this agrees with my conclusions. Richard is an actor, and everyone swears that Grimble was in the room. I didn't consider the course of events as you described, Holmes, but admit it, our deductions agree. Moreover, both of these suspects are similar in size and manner.
Your theory presumes that Grimble is an excellent shot, which is false. It also takes on faith that Sir Bromsby had discovered the misappropriations, supplying Grimble his motive, but irrefutable proof that neither Grimble nor Richards were guilty waited at Horace Fowlett's, the matter of his pillow.
But there was no pillow in Horace Fowlett's.
Yeah, that bitch needs some
Mr. Fowlett
chapstick.
slept with one. When I arrived at his home, I believed him already dead. Therefore, the news of his hasty departure came as no surprise. From the evidence obtained at his home and the statements of his neighbour, I learned the following. On the evening of his death, Mr. Fowlett was visited by a man who desired to sell him some exotic trifle. While this man distracted Mr. Fowlett, a second man quietly crept into the house and tried to open his safe. This individual was well acquainted with the house and the location of the safe, but when he failed to open it, he most likely became enraged and killed Mr. Fowlett. This individual, Miss Bromsby, was your cousin, Wyatt Collins, who returned to England under the name Johansson.
But what about this pillow?
Mr. Fowlett's pillow had vanished. Later, Dr. Watson discovered a feather from the pillow in the train compartment used by the man who impersonated Fowlett. But why did Fowlett's impersonator take the pillow, and why didn't the station manager notice it?
Because
Mr.
it
Fowlett
was the belly.
short, but very portly. In order to imitate him, the man used the pillow to create the appearance of a stouter man. There is no other explanation. This man was a much leaner man than Mr. Fowlett, Mr. Grimble, or Mr. Richards.
Then, Holmes, who did murder Sir Bromsby? And for what reason?
You'll see, Lestrade, when it's a question of multiple murders, except for the deviant ones, there are two primary motives, revenge and greed. Wyatt Collins' presence at Fowlett's tells us his motive was about Bromsby's wealth. He went there for the express purpose of stealing the will so that he would receive at least a portion of Bromsby's estate. If his uncle had died with no will found, Collins would have been entitled to a share of the inheritance under English law.
But if my cousin failed in his attempt and the evidence clears my name, though I am to inherit, why were my father and cousin murdered? Besides, tomorrow I am to announce my engagement and will be married soon.
Holmes, hold on. There is a flaw in your reasoning. There is only one key for the door to the cement factory, and Grimble is the only person known to have it. So he must be directly involved in the murder of Collins.
Is that true, Lestrade? Mr. Richards told me that there was indeed a second key which was lost. And have you forgotten the murder of the barman hunter? A young man without any criminal record, whose sole interests were painting and flowers. Why was he murdered in cold blood, with no signs of forceful entry or theft at his lodgings? Simply put, he was killed because he was present when your father was murdered. But why Hunter? What did he see or hear? And above all, how did he acquire the earring of Miss Veronica Davenport, the leading actress of the Fairfax Theatre and Dwight Richards' Mistress?
Yeah, so the barman was the guy in the garden house.
Dazed. Will you finally reveal who murdered my father?
Which is not made clear.
Here he comes now. I understand your feelings of incredulity, but I have never been more serious. You must know that the first person who enters this room is the murderer of your father, Miss Bromsby, and I will provide irrefutable proof of their guilt.
Oh, hey! What's up, bitch? What's up?
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen. You made the right choice to leave London. It is unbearably foggy. But Lavinia, darling, what's going on?
She knows.
But how? I mean, what? What does she know? I don't understand. Whatever do you mean?
Oh no, you understand me clearly, Mr. Harrington, and you also, Spencer. Or should I say, Mr. Jeffries?
Explain yourself, Mr. Holmes. What a monstrous misunderstanding.
Oh, I've just explained myself to Miss Bromsby about the truth of her father's murder, but I can tell the story again from the very beginning. It begins several years ago. Wyatt Collins, the nephew of Mr. Bromsby, is forced by his uncle to leave England for South America. His hatred is fostered by the ingratitude he perceives in Sir Bromsby. Wasn't his uncle's career financed by his mother's money? In Collins' mind, Melvyn Bromsby owes him an eternal debt of gratitude, and was thus obliged to finance Collins' indolent lifestyle, fulfilling his every need. Here is our first criminal, Wyatt Collins. Then we have you, Mr. Harrington. You were a brilliant student at the Military Academy, and are an excellent shot, are you not? You were the only person at the reception with sufficient skills to make the shot that took Sir Bromsby's life. During my investigation, I learned that ex-officers of Her Majesty's Army enjoy great favour around the world for administrative positions. You left India and made your way to Brazil, where you obtained the position as warden of the prison in Guaquiamo. Do not try to deny your presence there. The pictures in your hunting portfolio could have been taken nowhere else in the world except Guaquiamo. We now have our second criminal, Lieutenant Harrington. Mr. Jeffries, your arrival in Guaquiamo set things in motion. The theatre company had come to Brazil as part of their worldwide tour.
Where are
you
we?
had been involved with the lovely Veronica Davenport and loved her with a passionate yet possessive love. However, Miss Davenport did not share your affections. She had in fact tried several times to end your affair prior to the company's arrival in Guaquiamo. It seems she was truly devoted to Dwight Richards and would never leave him. After you arrived, you frequented the town's bawdier spots. This is where you first met Mr. Harrington, and you quickly became close companions. It seems tedium and heartbreak do bring certain people together. After the performance, maddened by alcohol and grief, you killed Miss Davenport because she had rejected your love. You then fled to your newfound friend, the warden, to confess your crime and beg for his help. In a show of friendship, he helped dispose of her corpse and directed suspicions towards your rival, Dwight Richards. Afterwards,
That's
you lay low, leaving the others to believe that you had been killed or had gone missing. You stayed hidden until they had departed, and you must have kept Miss Davenport's earring as some morbid souvenir. No doubt you also retained not only the key to the Fairfax Theatre, but the keys from Aston's, where you had been employed several years earlier. Here, then, is our third felon, Mr. Jeffries. Life was difficult in Brazil for our trio. Mr. Jeffries rarely went out, Mr. Harrington's men were talking behind his back, and Mr. Collins' funds were inadequate. One evening, Collins spoke of his cousin, who, in a few months' time, was to return to England from finishing school. She was also the sole heir to one of the greatest fortunes in England. Imagine these three men besotted with alcohol, considering the wealth that would one day pass to this slip of a girl. A terrible plan was devised. Several days later, they left for England, false papers for two of their party in hand, resolved to seize a portion, if not all, of this great inheritance.
Incredible!
Yes, incredible, and horribly true. At first, their plan was to forge a duplicate will or destroy the original, so that Mr. Collins would receive a share of the estate. This would happen soon enough, as they would murder Sir Bromsby at his daughter's birthday reception. It was essential that Collins enter the country under false papers,
Right,
so
the
that
slip of
neither
girl.
his uncle nor the
Hi.
authorities would be alerted to his presence in England. This would avoid any suspicion attaching him for his uncle's death when he arrived to claim his inheritance. They quickly put their plans into effect. Mr. Jeffries arrived at the household in the guise of a stylish French head waiter and studied the lay of the manor. Mr. Harrington, the assassin, would accompany a person with rather poor eyesight to the reception, so that the illusion of the fake Mr. Harrington would go unchallenged. As the head waiter, Jeffries was in a unique position to study the guest list. He quickly learned that two of the guests, Miss Rowntree and Colonel Patterson, had both poor eyesight and were unaccompanied. Lieutenant Harrington was quite busy in the days before the reception. He courted Miss Rowntree with great dedication and made fast friends with the Colonel. He hoped to secure one, if not two, invitations to the reception. Your arrival as the Colonel's guest was your first error, Harrington. Is it credible that a young officer who left the army because of his hatred towards all military authority would easily befriend a man who embodies everything that he detests? But your efforts bore fruit, and you obtained your invitation. Mr. Jeffries, as head waiter, took great care that the tables and tablecloths were arranged specifically to accommodate their schemes. Mr. Jeffries then secured the disguise for his role as the false Lieutenant Harrington. He remembered that an officer's uniform, similar to Lieutenant Harrington's, and a red wig, identical to the colouring of the lieutenant's hair, were in storage at the Fairfax Theatre. He learned that the company had taken up residence at the site of the old Aston Theatre, for which he still had the key. It was therefore a simple matter for him to acquire these items for his masquerade. They now only lacked the will, which Mr. Collins presumed was kept at Flowlet's house. Their plan was
Flowlet?
to take these papers
We're calling him
prior to the
Flowlet
murder of
now?
Sir Bromsby, so that Flowlet would be unaware
Yep.
of either their presence or substitution until it was too late.
I like how they
Things
couldn't
went
figure out
badly.
what his name was.
Mr. Jeffries tried
through
to
all the
divert
VA.
Mr. Flowlet, but he must have been
Flowlet.
alerted by some noise, as Collins struggled vainly to open the safe. Upon being discovered, Collins killed Fowlet on the spot.
Fowlet
the two
now.
conspirators then left the house in such a way that witnesses believed it was Fowlet himself who had left.
Is it
They would now
Fowlet,
have to find
Flowlet,
another
or
way to get hold of
Fowler?
the money,
It's
because
been all
no
three
doubt
so
Sir
far.
Bromsby had disinherited Collins in favour of his daughter. They decided to take the money from his daughter, a young, naive and vulnerable young woman. On the day of reception, Mr. Harrington arrived with Jeffries, disguised as his servant Spencer and the Colonel. With the promise of whiskey, Jeffries easily secured the unwitting aid of two fellow servants and assumed a position at the service door. He wagered that he could pinch 2 or 3
I know,
good bottles
he's
of
just
liquor from the
like-
kitchen if his companions would cover for him. I have just explained what happened next. After the shooting, he took 2 bottles of excellent whiskey. Only someone knowledgeable would have taken these 2 bottles over the others, and Mr. Jeffries had been formerly employed at a luxurious hotel in France. Upon
fuck
his
did we-
return, he gave an accounting to his fellow servants, did his hair, and left the manor. The promised delivery of the liquor and his frightened look secured the two men's cooperation in providing his alibi. They could not have known his true role in these events. The one problem for the conspirators was the barman Simon Hunter. He had perfect eyesight, unlike the colonel, and realized that the man who claimed to be near the bar at the time of the murder had in fact lied. He hinted as much to Mr. Harrington and most certainly intended blackmail. As they were short on funds, the accomplices gave him Miss Davenport's earring as collateral and pledged to return with the money he demanded. That night, when Lieutenant Harrington visited us in London, he had just come from Simon Hunter's. Hunter had told Harrington that the earring had been pawned and he would not reveal the name of the shop unless Harrington paid him his money. Mr. Harrington ruthlessly killed Hunter, and the earring so precious to Mr. Jeffries was lost. Earlier that morning, Jeffries lured Collins to the cement factory on the pretext of fabricating false evidence against Grimble. But they no longer needed Collins to acquire the Bromsby fortune. Mr. Harrington would wed the young heiress, then, after a reasonable time, they would cause her untimely death, and they would take it all. So Mr. Jeffries murdered
Small
Collins
issue
and made
in
sure
that.
his body was barely recognizable.
How would they deal with
If
the
he was
fact that he's
identified,
wearing
it
a
would not
wig?
affect their plans, as they believed leaving the corpse at the cement factory would direct suspicion towards Grimble. When Mr. Harrington came to see us, he learned we were hot on Collins' trail and had traced his movements up to the factory. He assumed we would go there within the hour and left to quickly round up his associates and devise a plan. Jeffries, from his days at the Fairfax Theatre, knew an Asian of questionable talents who had no visible ties with this case and could attack us without drawing suspicion their way. We avoided this attack, and from that moment, I was convinced of Lieutenant Harrington's involvement in the conspiracy.
This is such a stretch.
The last elements of proof were revealed at the vagrant's camp near the monastery outside of London. Mr. Jeffries had tramped through England in his past and might have thought to hide Collins in the forest near the Richmond's Abbey. The very day that I was there, he tried to destroy all evidence of Collins' murder. Fortunately, he did not manage to destroy everything. It seems Collins, foreseeing his possible death, left a small surprise for his accomplices. It would be easily missed, except by someone who observes all and misses nothing.
But this is merely some draft to lull us to sleep, Mr. Holmes. Lavinia, surely you can't believe these mad accusations? They arise from nothing. What proof do you offer for what you say? None.
Believe what you will, Mr. Harrington. I will warn you that Mr. Collins left a letter written in his own hand, which named yourself and Mr. Jeffries and accused you both of complicity in the murder of his uncle. At this very moment, Inspector Lestrade's men are conducting a search of your rooms. They will find the evidence that, when added to the accusations within this letter, will prove your guilt beyond all doubt. The Chirapaqui cigarettes, your portfolio, as well as a feather from the pillow which was taken from Horace Fowler's.
Yeah, Sherlock's lying there, isn't he?
I suggest we wait here for their arrival with these proofs, and I assure you our wait will be brief.
Bravo, Mr. Holmes. Well done.
Yeah,
Accept
you
my
bluffed.
apologies, my dear Lavinia. I think under the circumstances it would be best if we postponed our engagement. I'm sorry for your father, but what do you expect? We had to give it our best shot.
Where is the earring now? You will tell me, where is it? Unless you tell me at once where the earring is, no one will leave this room alive. Don't you understand? You are all going to die.
I'm pretty sure Watson just like casually pulled his gun out right there.
They are all yours, Lestrade. I suggest you return with your agents to London as soon as possible.
Don't
Thank
fuck
you,
with
Mr.
Grimble.
For literally applying my precepts. Watson, let us escort Miss Bromsby to her rooms. She will need her rest.
Collins
Exciting.
never named either Harrington or Jeffries in his letter.
Indeed, Watson, but they could not have known. I played my bluff, and they believed me.
And Grimble, where did he appear from?
You can now boast that one of the most influential men in England served as your driver. Since my visit to Fowlett's, I knew that Grimble had nothing to do with this crime. I asked him to assist with the investigation, and it was at my request that he took steps to acquire Bromsby Enterprises. He gained us precious time by forcing Harrington and Jeffries to wait and see if Miss Bromsby would inherit. He ran quite a risk in doing me this favour, because their plot then turned against him. I also asked him to send the letter which lured the two murderers away from the hall. I needed a moment to explain everything to Miss Lavinia. It would be
Yeah, I'm confused by that one too.
Father's killer. From the beginning, Grimble was concerned only with saving her inheritance. He never once doubted her innocence.
Nevertheless, didn't he misappropriate those funds?
Indeed, but not for his own profit. It was solely to protect his friend Bromsby. An ex-architect with whom he had quarrelled, a Mr. Waters, had contacted Sir Bromsby before this intrigue began. Waters learned from Captain Bowie that Sir Bromsby had encouraged certain actions against workers hired to build a bridge in India. That project was the bridge over the Kalidasa Abyss. Waters blackmailed Bromsby from afar. Grimble received the letters and considered them to be quite serious. He knew his hot-tempered friend well and preferred to conceal the blackmail attempt for fear of disastrous consequences. So, Grimble made regular payments to Waters in exchange for his silence. Unfortunately, Collins discovered the arrangement while he was working at the cement factory and threatened to reveal everything. Grimble could not afford for that to occur. He managed to rid himself of Collins by sending him to Fowlett. Then it was Bromsby's turn to discover the blackmail by sheer accident. He was angered, but before he could decide his next move, Mr. Waters died suddenly and removed all threat. When Grimble learned that Waters had died, he confessed all to Bromsby. He noted that the money paid was a pittance when measured against Bromsby Enterprises, and that the same amount could now be applied in other ways. India had enriched them so greatly, and Bromsby had been cursed over the harm done to the Indian people in his employment. It was decided that these same funds would now be sent on a monthly basis to a Bombay orphanage in the care of a Sergeant Brahamai. It is possible that Bromsby intended to increase his patronage, and this was the important news he intended to reveal to the press at his daughter's reception. It was she who had harshly reproached him regarding his behavior towards the Indians in his employ. Do you remember the words from that poem which he had written into his notes? It said that the ungrateful always die miserably.
Indeed, Holmes. But there is one thing that I still don't understand.
One
Why
thing?
did you ask Lestrade to put Richards behind bars? He wasn't guilty of any crime, but you treated him as a murderer.
I advised Lestrade that it would be prudent to place Richards in custody so we could protect him from harm. Mr. Richards is a wise and intelligent man. He would have recognized Harrington and Jeffries on sight. When he realized that Jeffries was alive and that I possessed the missing earring, he would have drawn the same conclusions as I. So this investigation would have been stopped cold by one or two more murders.
I see.
Well, Watson, you seem to know everything. Tell me, please, that small missive...
This
which I
is
can
their
see on the desk.
foreplay.
It contains 2 invitations to the opera's opening night, does it not? If so, we shall finally have our opportunity to hear this marvelous soprano. Well, what do you say, Watson?
Let's go. Fuck in the opera. Bum ba da. Ugh. Oof. That was a lot. Wow, they really lamed starring Sherlock Holmes. Sure. Lordy Lou indeed. Ugh. Just drop something. Alright, now I'm like... Doesn't say. All right, now I gotta prove something to myself here. So, I know he broke the domino. What the hell? Give me a second. Wasn't there a thing, though? About Grimble. Like, wasn't there a thing that said that he had died in 1886? But now I can't remember where I saw it. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Okay, maybe I misread this. Young Grimble with his brother in India, 1876. Maybe his brother is the one who died. That would make some sense, because they just said last name, like Grimble, not... Okay. Can't. What happened from this point? It was the note from Mycroft, wasn't it? Right, which was after this. So I wouldn't have seen it yet. Because that's what I was thinking to do, was to like quickly pull it up and be like, wait, am I crazy or did Grimble die? But I forgot he had a brother. And that very well might be the explanation. Just gotta walk through this whole forest first. light afternoon jog in the rain in the Freddie Mercury costume.
Let us return.
Go faster. Come on. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Sherlock Holmes popping through the
Hello,
door.
gentlemen.
Walk, walk, fashion baby, work that. Move that bitch crazy. Walk, walk, fashion baby, work it. I'm a bitch. You crazy.
I hear
Good afternoon.
Oh, my. That is.
I can.
I just want to confirm this and then I'm good.
I should reveal one of my hints. Does this... Perhaps. I've got...
I am.
Ow. Ooh. Ooh. Ow. Don't do that.
This... What? It's... We must...
Okay.
The
Okay.
question should be answered yes or no, and
Kaladas
justified by the
Abyss.
evidence or testimony
Here we go.
received during the investigation.
Company's founded by Joseph Grimble and his partner Raymond Waters. When J. Grimble died in 1886, his shares passed according to his will to his partner, Mr. Waters. And this is Herman Grimble. That's what we missed. Okay. Joseph Grimble died. Herman Grimble is the one who we talked to. Okay. I'm no longer feeling like I'm being strung along by this video game. Oi. Oh, okay. Anyway, now we'll get my computer back to normal looking mode. There we go. Yeah, it was 2 letters of the alphabet. It was very, very... A lot of people were referred to as just their last name, and it was very much like, I'm confused. Where are we? Where are we? What's going on? I don't understand right now. Anyway, that is it for today. That is it for this game, in fact. We finished the game. My goodness. I remember that game being much better than it really is. Very contrived plot. Really started to lose you in like days 4 and 5. And the explanation that Sherlock gives at the end is just like, oh, wow. Oh, that's a reach, but okay, sure. But man, we're done. Huzzah indeed. So, yeah. Well, I'm tired. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to go to bed. So, with that, I will say good night. Now, just a couple of quick things before we go. As always, you can find out more about future streams down at the bottom right here, especially my Discord right here. Feel free to join anytime. Let me know if the link is still working. I think it still works. So, if you're new and you want to join the Discord, feel free to stop by there. All of my announcements are also done on Twitter and Instagram, which you can see over here and over there. Can't point backwards. Try and figure out what I'm going to play on Thursday. Not sure yet. Wednesday. Try and figure out what we're going to play on Wednesday. give that a little bit of time, figure that out. However, I would like to put this earworm into your brain ahead of time. Saturday is Halloween, and I may have a very special stream for you on Halloween. So, it'll likely be a pretty long event, so don't feel like you have to be there for the whole thing. But it may involve a certain haunted hotel and a man that wears green clothing that may be a former plumber and has a vacuum that deals with ghosts. And this may be done from my living room. So, with some special guests that live in my apartment, aka my roommates and friends. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what could I do for like a Halloween stream or something like that, and I forgot we have a capture card in the house now, and Luigi's Mansion 3 exists. So the idea at the moment is to play Luigi's Mansion 3 on Saturday for a special Halloween stream. So keep that on your calendar, keep that on your minds. I mean, it'll be a pretty long event. We're planning on playing the entirety of the game. So, it may even be broken up over a couple of hours. Not a couple of hours, a couple of sessions throughout the day. So, we'll get some firmer plans on that coming soon. But yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. So yeah, maybe not then. Fair enough. Anyway, so keep that in mind. Hopefully that'll be on the docket. But I'll be linking some more stuff on the Discord, especially poll stuff on, seeing about attendance, because I mean, it is a pretty long thing. If there's not going to be a lot of people there, it's going to be hard for me to justify doing it. Love you all, but singing to an empty audience is not terribly fun. But that is kind of the hope and the goal. So crossing my fingers for the spoopy times. Anyway, so with that, I will leave you all. I will see you again the same time, same place on Wednesday, unless something changes. Keep an eye out for figuring out what we're going to play next. Might be another Sherlock Holmes. I feel a little tired of Sherlock Holmes already, even though I just played like 1.5 games. So maybe not. We'll find out. But until Wednesday, have a great night. Have a great couple days. Keep healthy, keep happy. And I will see you soon. Have a good night, everyone, and I'll see you next stream. Mwah.